Oh, well, golly gee willikers, look at who's all here. Guess what time it is, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, that's right, it's time for another episode of Cleared for Battle. Hello, hello. Hello to everybody that's submitted. Hello to everybody that's just here to view. Hope you're all having a nice Saturday afternoon. Now, I know some of you might be wondering, why the hell did he pick to start 15 minutes earlier than he usually does? And the reason I decided to pick 12:45 as my starting time is because I have to talk with you for a little bit. To put it simply, the video that I'm currently working on is getting very close to completion, but I'm going to need to dedicate pretty much the entire day to it. So, today's episode of Cleared for Battle is going to be cut a little short. Today's episode will run from 1 until 4. It'll be a 3-hour episode, but, caveat here, I'm coming back for part 2 of this episode in 2 weeks. A little over 2 weeks, 15 days. On the 26th of May, I will be coming back and I will be continuing episode 2. So technically you're getting more time this month than you were planned. You're technically getting an extra hour worth of review time from me. But yeah, I'm basically going to be working all day and probably a majority of the night on a video that has to come out tomorrow, because tomorrow is a very special day. For those of you that are, fans of the Legend of Zelda series, you know what tomorrow is. And yeah, so that needs to get done. It's very close to being finished, but it needs some serious dedication to get past the finish line. And if I had my usual show from 1 till 6, which is what the plan was, I don't know if I'd be able to finish it on time. So, all of you that are saying you made it, technically you're still 8 minutes early because the technical episode doesn't start until 1 o'clock EST. I want a little bit of music in the background while I talk. But yeah, that's currently the plan. Today's episode is going to run from 1 till 4. And we'll come back in 15 days on the 26th, which is a Sunday, to do another part of part 2, which will only be the ones that are covered today. So anything you submit will, going forward, will not be in the next episode. It'll be only the stuff that was submitted for episode 2. So yeah, that's why I started 15 minutes early, just to make sure that everybody knows what to expect from today's episode. So what was the project again? The next Challenger concept. Next Challenger voice crack, apparently. The next Challenger concept. Also, if Kagetsu Mugi gets picked, I forgive you all for inevitably taking up the entire stream. If Kagetsu Mugi gets picked first, I'm gonna do her last. I'm gonna dedicate at least 45 to an hour at the very end if Kagetsu Mugi is picked first. I would feel really bad if I only did one moveset today. I'll have to go work starting in 2 hours, so if you end up spinning on Layla, I may or may not be able to be on. That's fine. The VOD will still be there for you to review at a later time anyways. But yes, I'm supped up and I'm ready for a almost full afternoon of reviewing movesets. The Kagetsu Mugi moveset is longer than the Bible. I gotta ask, how the hell did you end up with a moveset that long? Because for those that don't know, the next Challenger concept is the longest one I've ever done. The next moveset that I'm doing is over an hour long. But it barely scrapes past an hour long. And that thing's script is 23 pages. How did you end up with a 60-plus page script for a moveset? I need to know. Because that's like 3 times as long. Writing is fun. Fair. That's all I need to hear. That's all I need to hear. How did you end up making an hour-long moveset? There's a lot to talk about. And it's funny is, the character that it's based on, I don't even know if they got an hour worth of screen time in the game that they're a part of. There's a lot of moving parts in this moveset. That's probably why it ended up being over an hour long. But, let me just bring up the wheel. And I can definitely say I'm very thankful for those of you that submitted. Last time we had like 14 submissions. We have over 20 now. I'm curious to see if this number is going to keep going up and up and up. Okay, so here's the plan. As I said, the wheel spins at 1 o'clock EST, which is in the next 3 minutes. But if I don't end up landing on one of the super long movesets today, I'm going to add a new rule to this. And that's that the last moveset I cover for the day is one I'm going to handpick myself and not rely on the wheel. I'm going to go through the listings and I'm going to pick one and I'm going to review it myself. And I think that is something that I want to carry on later into the series as well. I've done my best to make sure that I've done a little bit of reviewing of each of your movesets. I haven't looked through everything, but I've just made sure to check enough that, you know, that some of them are video game characters and, you know, the lengths of some of them. Any ideas about just limiting the amount of submissions per episode? Well, it's already limited to 1 per person. And honestly, I think that's the best way to do it. And then everything else is just left up to random chance. Except for the last one, which is personal choice. Yeah, I'm just, let me see, how much time is left? Okay, we got 30 seconds until the wheel spins. Only 1 per person, video game characters only, believe. Yes. One thing I do not want to do is I do not want to put a limit on how much you can put into your moveset. Because I think that doing that limits creativity. But I am a little bit afraid of those 60-page fucking movesets, I'm not gonna lie to you. is Team Fortress 2 just going to be a character from the game, or is it literally the game itself? I don't know. We're going to find out together, honestly. I guess that in the field of length of movesets, at least I think it's just good to keep in mind that you are, you know, having to have your moveset reviewed along other people, and other people are queuing alongside you, so you should be respectful of their time. And I'm just saying, shorter movesets equals more chances for more people to be reviewed. But enough dilly-dallying. It's officially 1 o'clock, which means that this episode has officially started. So, spin the wheel! Our first character is Sakuya Izayoi. Who the hell is that? Hang on a second. Sakuya. Where the hell are you? Is it this? Yup, okay, perfect. Tien? I know you were saying earlier that you didn't think your moveset was going to be reviewed. I bet you didn't expect for you to be first. Well, yes. You are first up in line, my friend, and we have another Touhou character. As I said last time, Touhou is a series that I know very, very, very little of. I know more about its music than the actual gameplay and its characters, but that's a story for another day. Character name, Sakuya Izayoi. Sakuya is a floaty middleweight fighter with average grounded mobility and fairly good aerial mobility. Her slow fall speed adds to her slight aerial prowess. A staple of most Touhou characters, she's for the most part a normal human, and her stats represent as such. She has 2 jumps along with the ability to wall jump. Perfectly fine. I'm just gonna skip the background because, well, I know that, you know, it's a staple of moveset design nowadays. I don't want to, you know, spend too much time on it. She's a Touhou character, that's all I really need to know going forward. And the fact that she possesses control over space and time. And knives. Sakuya is an elegant yet bizarre hybrid fighter who focuses on closing her opponents in the spaces she wants and patiently crafting the perfect setups to tear her opponents to shreds. Sakuya is a character who benefits from patience in order to gain the momentum she needs to aggressively overwhelm her opponents. Her projectiles excel at controlling large amounts of space and can even bounce off of walls for more coverage. By combining this with her good mobility and decent reach/versatility of her melee movesets, Sakuya has no problem leading a very strong neutral at her own pace and has great options for many screen positions. Using her time projectiles, warping techniques to affect the game state, and even alternate timeline versions of herself, Sakuya can string a lot of damage together out of just one lapse in the foe's judgment. Pardon me. I like what I'm hearing. Most zoners in Smash do end up being trappers simply because trap zoners end up focusing so much on screen space, and that is very much a big aspect of Smash in general. So, I like what I'm hearing. Zoners in Smash are generally pretty difficult to get right, so I'm interested to see where this goes. However, Sakuya's weaknesses are apparent. Her low damage output and inability to take hits all too well make her something of a glass cannon. Well, glass cannon means high damage, low health. So maybe not glass cannon. Maybe just glass. Along with this, a lot of Sakuya's powerful tools can be used against her should their opponent know the matchup. This immediately high damage means the Sakuya player must be on the offensive for extended periods of time in order to win rounds, while also being precise and consistent to get the most out of her Okizeme potential. Insane Okizeme potential with various freezing and slowing abilities. For those that don't understand what Okizeme means, Okizeme, or Oki as it's commonly referred to, is basically just pressuring somebody that gets knocked onto the floor. It's a very common tactic in pretty much every fighting game. Not so much in Smash because of the way you can immediately tech to get off the floor. Don't mind that. That's the garage below me. But tech chase, technically yes. Tech chasing and Oki are pretty much the exact same thing. Great stage control and pressure with paused knives and a variety of other tools, powerful range and keep away game, time manipulation allows for varied ways for Sakuya to manipulate her projectiles and knock her opponents down to where she wants. She has limited defensive tools, low damage output, and strange mechanics can take some getting used to. Imagine if Smash had proper knockdowns. I mean, in some ways it does, because you can knock people down and then, jab block them to force them to get up properly. I sincerely hope that the next Smash Brothers makes jab blocking a bigger part of the game, because while it has its uses in Ultimate, it's generally pretty difficult to set up properly. Did I miss anything? No, we just started. This is the first moveset. I should let you know, Fletch King, just really quick. Today's episode is being cut short because I have to work and finish the next Challenger concept for tomorrow. So today's episode is going from 1 to 4, but there will be a part 2 of this episode on the 26th of May. So just letting you know. So we're starting with the specials. Neutral special, Lunar Clock, Luna Dial / Sakuya's World. Sakuya sets to work creating a space-time distortion, a circular area wherein time flows a little differently than normal. By the way, how's the balance of me versus the music? Is the music okay? Just want to make sure that I'm not being drowned out when trying to give advice. Okay, it's good? Good. Sakuya fingers the pocket watch adorning her waist with one hand, while the other swiftly draws out the shape of a circle all around her. This creates a holographic clock face around Sakuya. Sakuya continues to focus power on her watch, expanding the size of this aura until the player taps left, right, or down, or wait until the attack is charged to its full size. At maximum charge, which is about 7 seconds, that's a pretty hefty time for a charge move. Sakuya creates a massive clock face, about 1.5 times the size of a smart bomb blast. That's pretty fucking large. This move functions identically in midair, albeit with Sakuya halting her fall / momentum until she creates her Luna Dial. Sakuya can use Luna Dial once per airtime before landing, no matter the variation. Each one lasts for roughly 10 seconds, tricking over the duration before vanishing into nothing. Pressing down results in an effectless field. It has no immediate effect on the match, simply being a big holographic clock that tells the current time depending on the stage. This may seem useless at the moment, but it can be used to set up a time stop without additional effects in the way. Tapping right creates a speed zone. This variant of the Luna Dial takes on an orange hue, and the hands of the clock rotate around quickly, indicating that yes, time is sped up within this area. Within a speed zone, everything moves at 1.7 times its normal speed. Okay. Likewise, attacks occur at increased speed too, making them blisteringly fast. Okay, I have a question. I have a question right off the bat, because a few things immediately came to mind. Why 1.7 specifically? Most of the time when things are sped up, it's either 1.5 is usually a bare number, or like 1.2, 1.3. 1.7 is a 70% speed boost. I'd like to also mention that there are a ton of moves in Smash that are like 2 frames in length. 2 to 3 frames in length. And what about moves that come out on frame 1? Because I know Zero Suit Samus has a frame 1 jab. How does that get faster? Likewise, attacks occur at increased speed. Projectiles receive a speed boost from the temporal distortion. Less end lag. Quicker animation, less moves. Goofy as hell, put 1.75 because I thought it would work, but at the bottom read further. It's sort of like turbo mode. The speed boost just needs a revision. Okay. I hear turbo mode and I'm like, I'm a little interested there. Projectiles also receive a speed boost. Conversely, however, attacks become weaker when used inside the dial. Hit stun and flinch times are reduced. And as are damage and knockback, this gives Sakuya the ability to pressure opponents with the projectiles much easier, as their increased speed makes them much more useful for long-range sniping and harassment as opposed to combo setups. Along with this, Sakuya's increased attack speed whilst in the fields allows her to string her attacks together like she's using turbo mode in Project M, making her ability to rack up damage much more potent. If you're going to... Here's the thing, I love the idea of a character just being able to do turbo mode, which is why I love the changes they gave to Wario Man in Smash 4, which was they basically just turned Wario Man into fucking Wario in turbo mode in Project M, which was hilarious. I think having this active for 10 seconds is a bit much. I think the idea of a character being able to set up turbo mode combos is fun, but that needs to be something they can only do for a very limited amount of time. I would cut that down, honestly, I would cut that down to like a maximum of 4 seconds. Because even in 4 seconds, you can do a hell of a lot with a turbo mode combo. One thing I forgot to mention, yes. Go ahead, I am listening. It's probably on the bottom of the move description, but the dial shrinks exponentially as it's out if that changes anything. I did read that. It said that it shrinks over the period that it's active. I still think 10 seconds is too long. Especially for the amount of range that it covers. I would tune it down. It should be like half that at most. Like 5 seconds and it shrinks. I think that's more than enough. And here's another question. Can she just set another one while the current one is active? Or is that listed down below and I haven't gotten to that point yet? Because that's another big factor. While, you know, it's shrinking is one thing, can she just set up another one while the one is already active so that she can constantly have one active on the field? Because if the answer is yes, that needs to be toned down a lot. While I wait for your answer, I'm going to continue reading. Along with this, Sakuya's increased attack speed both in the field allows her to string her attacks together. Yes, I already read that. Conversely, tapping left creates a slow zone Lunadial. This Lunadial assumes a deep purple glow, and its mid-hand rotates backwards and then freezes at noon. Attacks are performed slower, and movement is hampered, yet hit, stun, damage, and knockback are all increased to compensate. Oh boy. Oh. I know I already asked questions about the speed zone, but this one I think it might be even more overtuned. This is basically Witch Time and or Ashley's assist trophy on steroids, in a sense. Below, if I recall correctly, I haven't opened the document in a bit, but I think she can have one of the two up at the same time. Again, the moveset's ridiculous. I had to balance this nonsense. Oh, this is happening. Yeah, this is happening, alright. But, right off the bat, I can tell you right now that slowing somebody down is more than enough. You do not need to increase hit, stun, damage, and knockback. Like, just, like, flat out just that is not necessary. If Bayonet's Witch Time in Smash 4 taught us anything, slowing somebody down is more than enough to just completely destroy people. It was a fun idea and I ran with it, but it's just probably the most unbalanced moveset in her kit. There definitely would need to be a lot of limitations added. And a lot of like number crunching done, because I think the speed zone can definitely be made balanced if you shrink the area of effect, continuously shrink the area of effect while it's, you know, active, like you already said, decrease the amount of speed overall, and just have it last for a shorter amount of time. If you do all those, I'm pretty sure you could find a way to make this reasonably balanced. Especially if it can go both ways. And I think that'd be an interesting double-edged sword. The slow zone, though, I think you definitely need to just I think the fact that it just slows people is more than enough. You could become quite a hard hitter inside the slow zone. Projectiles in the slow zone move slower, obviously, and Sakuya's projectiles move with even less haste, almost slowing to a crawl. The slow zone has much more use in close-range combo setups than Okizeme, as the opponents inside of the field are basically hit with a timer effect, making them much easier combo food. Along with this, the slow zone also makes stacking her projectiles another dangerous option, as the slow zone of her projectiles allows them to be fired at larger clusters, should she set them up correctly. Whether Sakuya needs to slow down or speed up her opponent obviously depends on the foe, but Sakuya herself can benefit from either one. Faster attacks and movement let Sakuya set up things at a quicker pace, while stronger attacks obviously help when a foe is in a combo and you need to finish them off. Spacing overlaps these areas properly can result in a complex mesh of time zones, which can throw off any foe's timing or even outright open them up for attack. Alternatively, a varied spread of Lunadials can make Sakuya herself feel all the more unpredictable, or they can help box in the foe or lure them to a particular spot. I would limit it to only one on the stage at a time. I think that is... If you could fill the fucking field with fast, slow, fast, slow, fast, slow, it would be genuine, it would be borderline unplayable. Always told that a good rule of thumb is how much would people groan if they had to fight this character, how much would people like or dislike fighting this character, finding out why. While that is a decent mindset to have, the problem is that if you know anything about the Smash community, You could have the most fair character in the world, and they will still fucking hate fighting it and call it completely and utterly busted. But yeah, I would have it so that this is only one allowed on the stage at a time. People could groan fighting Ryu. They have. I know. I mained Ryu in Smash 4. He's technically still a secondary in Ultimate, even though I don't really play Ultimate in any serious capacity anymore. He's way more fun in Street Fighter 6 anyways. But yeah, I think only one on the stage is more than enough. Because with one on the stage, you immediately cut off a portion of the stage and force people to play by your rules in that section. And if it's a character that really struggles with approaching, you put that in a place where they have to go through in order to get to you, they're gonna struggle. I think that like just one is enough. However, there's more. Sakuya has a second option of this attack. This can be used to create some of the most deadly Okuzeme and punishes in the game. Besides your character icon, Sakuya has a small gauge which looks similar to a clock. It fills by itself, gaining 1 increment every 5 seconds. Once this meter has 3 or more segments, the meter will make a mechanical whir, and Sakuya's eyes will glow red for a moment, signaling that she has gained a unique option she can perform with these Luna dials. Any of you who know about Sakuya's abilities will know what this option is, as showing that her abilities along with being one of the scariest tools in iconic spell cards, Sakuya's World. Tapping B while inside of a Luna dial with enough segments will have Sakuya raise her stopwatch in the air, or raise her hand should she have her vanishing everything activated, triggering a time stop using that Luna dial. For a point of reference, this time stop functions nearly identically to the time stop of characters like Dio or Jotaro's Inheritors for the Future. I like the idea, but if you're gonna have a design like this, I think that I'm looking down and says you can have 3 Luna dials active at any time. One single dial will be more than enough. Just one dial in a good spot can literally fuck some characters over. You definitely do not need 3. Especially if you overlap them, they stack together, which can make things even more painful. Definitely 1 is more than enough. The entire Luna dial freezes white, and anyone or anything within it, except Sakuya herself, is frozen in time until the meter fully drains, with 1 segment or meter equaling 1.5 seconds at a time. Sadly, you'll lose the Luna dial once the time stop ends, as it cracks and falls to pieces from the stress of the time stop. Also, 1 seconds of time per segment of the meter, and there's 3 segments. That's a total of 4.5 seconds worth of stop time. I don't think I need to explain why that just does not work.
Bit broken, isn't it?
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
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 I'm here for a moment.
Hello. I'm in the middle of something.
Sorry.
Bruh.
Well, I'm just... What? You're in here, I'm sorry. But I'll let you do your thing, sorry. I'm gonna be going for work anyway. See you.
Oh. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Thanks for stopping by.
Ah!
Joe, jump scare.
White boy jump scare, bye.
Bye. But yeah, 4.5 seconds worth of frozen time. 4.5 seconds in a match can literally be half of somebody's stock if the player knows what they're doing. So I think that needs to be reduced to 1.5 seconds maximum. cut it into a third. The 1.5 seconds per segment should be the maximum for 3. Because freezing your opponent for 1.5 seconds, you can set up a lot of shit in 1.5 seconds. Projectiles that enter the barrier also freeze, allowing for some nasty Okizeme and setups should the opponent be caught lacking once this time stop activates. Those trapped in that time stop cannot take damage or knockback. You can also use Sakuya's world when you're in the middle of creating a Lunadile in order to freeze the foe in exchange for sacrificing the Lunadile she was making. This version of time stop is slightly laggier, however. You have up to 3 Lunadiles out at any time, and they can overlap with their effects stacking together. Again, only one is necessary. The overlap just sounds like agony. Stacking a fast and slow zone together cancels their effects out, but you can stack fast with fast and slow with slow to create some extreme zones. Again, no. Maybe you could implement an ability that increases or decreases the speed of the zone you have active. Like an ability, like something that amplifies the zone instead of just freezing the time and locking the opponent in place. So, in my opinion, the best thing that you can probably do is just, implement a... Yeah, it's an overkill mechanic, definitely. But I definitely think that the idea is interesting, and you can make it work in some regards. Like, maybe the Amplify effect increases the effect, but cuts down the amount of time that the field can be active for. Like, you're basically speeding up the process of the field, so like things go faster, things go slower, but the time that it's active is cut down by like 70%. So something that was active for like 5 seconds could be active for like 2 seconds. But that 2 seconds can still be a immense amount of time to set up a lot of things, especially with specific characters. Oh, why the hell did they jump me all the way back? But yeah, that's my advice for this neutral special. Cut down the amount of times you can use it at once to 1. Limit the amount of time it's active for. Shrink its area. You can keep the time stop, but limit the amount of time stop that you have, and keep the amplify mechanic, but just simply amplify the one area you have as opposed to having to overlap multiple areas at once. Anyways, let's move on to side special. Speed Sign, Luminous Ricochet. With a flick of the wrist, a single knife appears in Sakuya's hand. It is lodged between Sakuya's fingers. If the player holds the input, Sakuya will stock a second and a third knife in the same hand. The longer the move is charged, the more knives she'll summon. If Sakuya has charged up the attack enough to throw 2 knives, she'll throw the second at a 25-degree upward angle, and for her third knife, should you charge that far, she'll hurl it at 25 degrees downwards. She'll throw all 3 of her knives at the exact same time, making for a somewhat effective shotgun blast of knives. Sounds fairly standard for a projectile. Once the button is released, Sakuya swiftly tosses the knives forward. This toss can be angled about 30 degrees up or down. These knives travel as fast as Falco's lasers and last 6 seconds before vanishing. Falco's lasers aren't that slow. I don't think you really need a time. I think it would just, travel a set distance and then vanish, which is more than enough time to hit any foe in any range. On hit, these knives deal 3% damage and light backward knockback and a solid amount of shield stun without pushing the foe backwards. Another important property property of these particular knives is that they will bounce off of the outside rim of any Luna dials, the exception of any time stop dials Saka has out. Obviously, foes will be a lot more willing to enter your Luna dials in order to avoid having to deal with your time-delayed knives. I don't know, that damage doesn't seem like it's that serious. Knives deal 3% damage, I'm assuming that's per knife. You can charge 3 knives, that's 9 damage on hit. Sounds like a more powerful version of Sheik's Needles. Sounds like it's about on par with Sheik's Needles. I think Sheik's Needles does more damage. At full charge, I think Sheik's Needles do like 13, 14 damage. However, the reflective rim of the Luna dials will work both ways. If you create a knife inside a Luna dial, it will be unable to leave it due to the outside rim. Thus, it will bounce around inside until its 6 seconds of life are finally up. Again, 6 seconds feels like it's too long. If it basically gains an unlimited lifespan, like an unlimited range span, correction, in quotes, when inside the bubble, I want you to do me a favor. Let's just count 6 seconds worth of time. Okay, we just counted 6 seconds worth of time. That amount of time is the amount of time that that knife is active for in a high-paced fighting game like Smash, inside that bubble. And I want you to also note that that's not only one knife, that's up to 3 knives. In my opinion, if it's used inside of a bubble, its time should be cut down. Maybe to like 3 seconds? Even 3 seconds can deal a lot of damage if the opponent is literally stuck getting beaten to death by knives in a bubble. Playlist, did you just fucking stop because I haven't freaking looked at you recently? Yes, you did. Continue watching. Thank you. Fucking hate you, YouTube. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think 3 seconds is more than enough. Also, yeah, imagine if the knife sword chips at the clock to actively reduce it. That could also be a thing. If you use the knives in the bubble, it reduces the amount of time that the bubble is active for. I still think 6 seconds is a little bit much. Especially since I'm trying to do the math in my head. This bubble is roughly the size, a little bit bigger than that of a Smart Bomb Blast, which is about 20% of a horizontal width of your average stage. So the knives, I'm assuming, aren't that large. And they deal 3% damage on hit. So every time it hits a wall, it's going to bounce in another direction. Which means that that 3% hitbox is going to be reset. To deal 3% again, and you times that by 3 because there's a potential of up to 3 knives. You basically are dealing like 9% damage, like less than half a second, like half-a-second intervals with a space that small. In 6 seconds, that's like that's over 50% damage. That's a little bit overkill. which is why I think that the amount of time that the knives are active should be cut down to like 3 seconds. Because even with 3 seconds, that's like almost 30% damage. Like, say that each knife gets to bounce off 3 times, that's 27% damage. That's still pretty good. It's not 54%, but it's still pretty good damage. 27% in 3 seconds is pretty freaking good. Very few characters can get that amount of damage in that amount of time, honestly. However, Sakuya has a trick up her sleeves for what would otherwise be a bog standard projectile. If she taps B as these knives are thrown, she'll gain a solid crimson aura, concentrated burst of time manipulation. Once thrown, these knives will remain completely motionless for 3 seconds, only pleading forth after that time has elapsed. Because of this delay, it is quite possible to fill the air with motionless knives in the meantime. This increase can be delayed to 6 seconds if you hold backwards on the analog stick as Sakuya throws the knives. And you'll definitely want to try that because motionless knives deal small flinching damage if the foe accidentally touches one. If you want a knife to fly off before its 3 seconds are up, using one of Sakuya's normals will simultaneously cause her oldest suspended knife to fly ahead. Oh my god, I just realized what this is. It's Virgil's summoned swords from Marvel 3. Using one of Sakuya's normals to simultaneously cause her oldest suspended knife to fly ahead, using Luminous Ricochet, was touching one of her suspended knives will cause all of them to fly off. If the move is charged until its max, Sakuya will resheath her knives, storing their power for later. More specifically, the next time she uses a regular attack that involves knives, she will use her side special's time-delayed knives instead of her usual fare. Alternatively, you could spend this newfound charge on using side special again, which will throw out the full cluster of 3 times delayed knives. This charge gives Sakuya the potential to begin combos or apply additional pressure to otherwise punchable attacks. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack, but I think I might have a couple of ideas. Setting up knives to cut off portions of the stage, creative, like it. Fits something that we do not technically have in Smash yet, but definitely could be done with some characters in the future. It doesn't have to be knives, but it could definitely be something else, or you just put it on the stage, and if you touch it, you get hurt. I think that if the opponent touches the knife should disappear. Like, them touching the knife that's frozen basically brings it back to full time, and it like falls apart and disappears. If you go with something like that, the effectiveness as its stage presence is still strong, but it's not, overdone. Set up three projectiles on the stage. I would also limit how many knives you can even have on the stage at a time, by the way. And 6 seconds of a delay before firing, again, it's a lot of time. But since it's just a firing delay and, not how long it can stay active for, and they vanish on contact with the opponent, that's the idea I had in my mind. Okay. I wasn't sure because it doesn't make it entirely clear here. I just figured that you touch the knife, it bounces you backwards and it still stays there. So I'm glad to know that if you touch the knife when it's frozen, it'll just disappear. That adds a bit of counterplay because opponents can, run in. Some opponents can potentially, run in counter, run in reflector, run in whatever, run in hold shield in order to, disperse the knives and, it adds some level of counterplay, which is good. But yeah. I like the idea that it interacts with the time bubbles. I'm calling them that now. I know that's not what they're called. They're called lunadials. I'm gonna call them time bubbles because it's technically what they're designed to be like. I would have it so that the knives are only active for 3 seconds at a time, which means that even if you catch an opponent with the knives inside of a bubble, you're still dealing almost 30% damage, which is down from the 54 they could have done if it's damaging them at like half-second intervals. And that's even assuming that it's half-second. It could be less than half a second. Let me see what else. Knives remain motionless for 3 seconds. That's perfectly fine. I think delay-based projectiles are interesting and something that Smash doesn't really have right now. Oh, I'm going too far. Yeah. Cut down the amount of time they're active for. They disappear on hit if they're set up. And everything else seems perfectly fine for what it is. I don't have any issues with any of the other attacks. Any of the other aspects of this attack, sorry. Up special, vanishing everything. With a flicker and a twinkle and a cloud of buttery petals, Sakuya vanishes into the gap between spaces. Without delay, she reappears elsewhere, ready to continue kicking ass. Hell, you can cancel this special into and out of most of her attacks, and she'll warp and attack at the same time. If you have that kind of aspect, I would greatly increase recovery time out of warp. The exact position Sakuya will warp herself to is marked by her stopwatch, and that is attached to her via a ribbon, which is 3 units long. When Sakuya moves around, a flowing length of ribbon behind her traces her movements. The ribbon is about 3 units in length altogether, so the stopwatch at its end can never be further from Sakuya than that. This means that quite obviously, Sakuya can only teleport up to that distance and no further. Be warned, however, that the foe can knock Sakuya's stopwatch around with attacks to mess with where she can warp to. The Sakuya player as well, in case you want to knock both the stopwatch and the foe in one direction, can use this special to warp after them. Into and out of most attacks. Oh god, anime fighter. I think that if you're gonna have that, you definitely need to increase the recovery speed of the attacks out of the warp. And also maybe limit how many times you can use warp in a single combination of attacks. Like, oh, you can't warp more than blank amount of times in a set amount of time. Oh, it even said, I really should read the entire thing before I give my criticisms, because I literally just looked down and it says 2 seconds cooldown period before Sakuya can use it again. If Sakuya is in midair, she can only perform this special once. She'll need to touch solid ground again. Okay. If the player holds the B button while Sakuya warps to the stopwatch, she slingshots past it, giving her additional momentum once she reappears. Basically, when used in this manner, the ribbon could be considered like a belay, catapulting Sakuya in the direction she was warped. Additional momentum gained is fairly mundane, but it's enough to facilitate recoveries off stage. Being able to warp back to where she used to be is obviously useful, and being able to attack as you warp is even more so. You can pressure, follow up, set up, and even escape using the flexibility of this special. Or make it like Forsburn, where if you warp into a time bubble, you can use it again. Could be an interesting way, could add a lot to setup potential. You know, positioning, add a lot to the character's stage presence positioning. That's not a bad idea either. But a 2-second cooldown period is also more than enough. Advertise. Yeah, give it a second. Add jump scare. I didn't set ads. Fuck! It must have pulled that from the other stream. I don't even know why that's on. What you do? Vanishing everything is a great escape and psych out tool. Though setting it up requires that you first have Sakuya pass through the area you want her to warp to later. It's a very obvious tell. Opponents will quickly pick up on Sakuya's players trying to keep their time anchors spaced between the foe. The beginner's combo trick is to launch the foe towards your stopwatch, then warp there in order to follow up. With good planning, it's in deftly placed knives. Sakuya can may be able to even warp to her time anchor twice in the same combo string. I do like that it has limitations, and I think that the 2 seconds are more than enough to allow that to make up for the fact that you can just warp to a spot in order to follow up on attacks. I definitely think that some attacks you should limit which attacks can be used out of a warp. Like, I don't think you should be able to do like a smash attack out of a warp, for example. But yeah, for the most part, this move seems fine, thanks to the cooldown period. 2 seconds is a lot of time. And I do like that if it adds a little bit of a skill ceiling, so that if the player sets up properly, they can use it twice or more than once in a single combo string. But you would definitely need to find ways to balance it as to not basically turn into an infinite combo. Like, if you can constantly lock people in with like warp attack, like knives, warp attack, shoot knives, attack, throw knives again while you warp, before you warp again. You need to just think about like how can this work without it being, you know, overbearing. Because the last thing you want is to have a character that can basically infinite somebody to death. Setups after, you know, something like this are great, but there needs to be a limit, and I think the best way to limit it is hit stun decay. Which basically means the longer you hit somebody, the weaker their hit stun becomes and increases their chances of breaking out of their combo. That's just me. I think something like this, having hit stun decay, would definitely help. Like, you know, use warp. If you use warp attacks too many times in a row, your attacks basically become super minus on hit. Which means that if you keep doing it and your opponent is like stuck, they'll be able to break out and probably punish you for overextending and using the tool over and over and over and over again. It's sort of what they did with shields in Ultimate. Sorry, that's not shields, rolls in Ultimate, which I don't inherently agree with. I think there was better ways to balance the game than that. But I definitely think a degradation of the move's effectiveness, if used repeatedly, is probably the best way to design this move. Down special, conjuring misdirection. Sakuya takes a breath, allowing her current task to a copy of herself. Being a mage is stressful work. Who wouldn't want help? Yeah, basically, you'll be able to punch them on hit if it gets too bad. A lot of fighting games nowadays, if combos start to get too long, like, hit stun and damage like decay very quickly. That's why, like, Actually, I'm not gonna go on a tangent about that because I could literally talk about that for like 30 minutes, and I don't want to waste 30 minutes of your time talking about something like that because you're not here to hear me tell you about 70% damage combos in Blaze Blue. You're here for me to review. Thank you. Talk normally, please. You're here for me to review your movesets. Almost got it right. During any input on its own, Sakuya makes a pose and creates a doppelganger of herself. Continue her current input briefly. So inputs include jumping, moving, attacking, shielding, and rolling, or just about any input the player puts in. Afterwards, it will just laze around in place for 3 seconds, during which time Sakuya cannot use misdirection again. If the doppelganger falls off stage or is struck by any enemy attack, they vanish. If this happens, the 3-second cooldown period will not apply. And Sakuya will be free to use misdirection again at any time. I feel that it should still apply. I think that if the opponent hits the doppelganger, that's punishment, because that's basically telling you used this at a wrong spot, and now you have to wait to use it again. I do not think that having a doppelganger active at any time just because your opponent hit them doesn't work. "70% damage combos, what's that? I play new. I don't have damage." It's called playing Susanoo. But yeah, I think that if the doppelganger gets hit, it should still have like a cooldown. Maybe not 3 seconds, maybe 1.5, maybe reduced. But you should definitely be punished in some regard if you have one of your options get hit like this. When used on the ground, Sakuya hops backwards a short distance to create room for the doppelganger. In the air, she leaps up the height of her mid-air jump. Doppelgangers can attack. That's what Sakuya was doing at the time. Doppelgangers have a blue tint to them. They're slightly translucent, making them easy to tell apart from the real thing. Sakuya cannot use misdirection again until the doppelganger she has disappears, using down B again with the doppelganger out. Will have Sakuya and the doppelganger trade places. This action is relatively quick to perform, and it can even be done if the doppelganger was in the middle of doing something. Once you swap places with a doppelganger, you can't swap again with that particular doppelganger. At the most basic level, you can use misdirection to combo simply by letting the doppelganger perform one attack while you prepare another. If you have the prediction necessary to grab the foe before misdirection activates, you can have a doppelganger holding the foe nice and still for you, right for the time stop, or simply a smash attack to the face. Using attacks that invoke movement such as forward and down air in conjunction with misdirection, let her poke the foe, while the real Sakuya is free to punish regardless of how they react to the doppelganger. Misdirection to create another target for Sakuya to warp to, or using it to bait out a smash attack from the foe. You can even use it as an assist or setting up from her setup. For example, making your doppelganger focus on creating a Lunadile. Bear in mind that it'll only be ordinary, vanilla Lunadile, unless you warp to the doppelganger. Doppelganger's a word that's hard to say over and over and over again. Unless you warp to the doppelganger and take over duties, the foe will likely want to attack the doppelganger to stop the Lunadile from being set up. You can either punish the foe while they try, or let the doppelganger distract the foe, and set up some other options of your eventual trap. In the meantime, all of these uses make misdirection an important tool in Sakuya's arsenal as a staple utility option that can be used for just about anything the player wants, be it combo extensions or its use as a phenomenal setup tool. Capable of getting a lot out of Sakuya's important tools on the battlefield right away, having something you need taken care of is get a little help from another timeline. Okay, I think my criticisms still stand. I think that the best thing you can possibly do with this is there needs to be some form of counterplay to it, and I think the best way for counterplay to be a thing is that any weaknesses it has when it just disappears on its own should also be applied to if it gets hit. Because again, you should be punished if you use it poorly. And I think that you're more likely to have your opponent hit it than for it to just disappear after 3 seconds. Because again, 3 seconds is a pretty long time. I think that if it had the same amount of time as, when it just stands there on its own and doesn't get hit, as it does when it does get hit, or maybe just like slightly less, like again, I said 1.5 seconds, you could up it to 2 if you want, then I think it'd be far more balanced. But yeah, I think that for the most part, it's pretty much fine. It feels very similar to my design for Zoroark's foul play, where I designed Hisui and Zoroark, and that she can essentially perform the last attack that she performed by inputting down special, blah blah blah. But yeah, I think the best way to balance out that strength, because that is a freaking immense strength, that adds so much to your stage presence by just being able to disengage yourself from the fight while still having an active hitbox on the field. Just limit it. I'd say just, if it stands on its own, doesn't get hit, disappears, and you have 3 seconds of cooldown. If it does get hit, 2 seconds. They're still both punishing you for using it poorly, and I think that a tool like that should punish you for using it poorly. But it should give you a hell of a lot of reward if you use it right. Final Smash, Maid's Secret Skill Killing Doll. Her final spell card from Toho 6. Sakuya begins her Final Smash with taking a breath, pulling a dagger out from hammer space before lunging forward with a graceful dash. Stunning any opponent she stabs before a short cinematic begins. Sakuya, leaping back from her opponent, raises her hands towards her sides as a swarm of silver blades form around her, the knives twirling around before aiming it towards the prey. But wait, what's this? The camera then zooms in on her eyes, flashing a bright red as a loud reverb sound plays. I don't play Toho, I don't understand the reference. All except Sakuya goes gray, and the match timer stops. All noise is halted except for the sound of Sakuya's actions. Time is frozen. Truly Sakuya's world. Once this occurs, Sakuya begins to throw a metric fuck ton of knives right at the cluster she has already prepared, then freezing them in place in order for her opponent. Right in front of her opponent before she leaps down, performs a pose from her anime appearance. Softly stating that time has begun to move again as the screen state returns to normal. A reversed version of the reverb sound playing as all the blades close in on her opponent. This Final Smash does heavy damage and knockback, and like most Final Smashes, if the opponent is over 100%, it will instantly KO them. Not as technical as Reimu's Final Smash, but hey, it looks cool. It's more straightforward than her Final Smash. I remember her Final Smash, or at least one of them from the last time I did this. It's basically Virgil's level 3 from Marvel 3. Except, on a much, much bigger fucking scale. I mean, that's fine. I don't really have much to say about Final Smashes unless, they're... I think the only reason I talk so much about the Final Smash for Reimu is because I believe it was a 15-second buff as opposed to an attack in and of itself. But yeah, Rain and Knives. Cool. Works perfectly fine. The fact that fucking Sakuya gets all these knives, but they couldn't give Snake one knife, makes me sad. Normals. Neutral combo, pimp slap, a broad open palm smack to the opponent's face. While the jab consists of only this one hit, there was a little lag in and simply spamming it until the foe's DI away from the barrage of slaps. Deals a minuscule 1% damage to the first hit. For every slap Sakuya manages to land in succession, her hand glows a little brighter with a cool blue aura, and the damage of her slap increases by 4%, up to a maximum of 13% until the jab stops. If it's fast and spammable and increases by 4% every hit, that seems a little much. Maybe increase it by 1% every hit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Even that alone is a lot of damage. To land many hits with Sakuya's jab, you'll want plenty of knife support. Ideally, one delayed knife right behind the foe, so her jab continually will bounce the foe off the knife and back to her smacking. Alternatively, you can space a slow zone Lunadel so only the foe is inside of it, sharply restricting their ability to respond to the spam jab. Put yourself in a speed zone directly next to a slowed foe, and you'll be able to unleash lightning fast damage. Again, that's a little much. I'm assuming this is like a 2-3 frame move. And again, limiting it to one zone. If it was multiple zones, you could just sit in a speed zone while the opponent is slowed. I'm assuming you'd be able to get... what? Anywhere between like 7 or 8 hits. In 4 hits, you're dealing 27% damage, and then you're adding another 13% for the last 3 hits. No, sorry, for the last 4 hits. My brother in Christ, that's over 70% damage. If you want to increase the damage of the slap every time, it's fine. Increasing it by 1% and maybe limiting it to like 4% per slap is probably the best way to do it. We've been talking about this moveset for an hour. Yes, we have. Which is why I'm going to start picking up the pace a little bit. Yes. So, tone down damage. You can't lock people into 70% combos with 2 zones. That's a little bit too excessive. Thankfully, we're talking about limiting it to 1 zone and, you know, bringing it down from 13% maximum to like 4% maximum, because if it's that spammable, 13% damage in 4 hits is 52% damage. Forward tilt back pedal. Sakuya swings her back leg to perform a classic roundhouse kick on the foe ahead of her. The apex of the kick, her leg snaps out. Fantastic cloud pedals explodes on her foot. Explosive hitbox, not only source of attacks, knockback, and damage. Brutal recoil, explosion of made pedals. Off the top, pummeling off the edge of the stage. Decent horizontal range. Pedal explosion acts as transcendent hitbox. Disjointed from actual foot. The leg itself has its own hitbox too. Deals small amount of damage and little knockback. Unfortunately, recoil. Oh, yes, I have to skim these now. I'm sorry. And leg. The attack has little effect on shields, with little damage, stun or push being dealt to them. This makes it possible for foes to punish the attack if they know it's coming. Perfectly fine. No issues with this move. Trio blades fanned between her fingers, slashes in the wide arc above her head, lowering your hitbox down a small bit. 3 rapid hits of small damage. Hits foe standing immediately in front of her. Its range is extremely limited. Hitbox will linger slightly after the swing. Though foes who wander it only take a single hit, both these properties make it a decent anti-air move. Hit your charge with the ricochet. You basically get to leave 3 knives suspended in the midair above her head. 3 knives are angled upwards. Low percentages, a foe could be hit by the swipe from up tilts, then immediately fall onto the knives left behind, setting them up for a simple combo string. Not bad. Decent setup tool. Has its limitations. But also has its setup options. From her crouch, Sakuya draws her hand back while holding 2 knives between her fingers. Just forward a short distance, so it's an advancing down tilt, that's fine. Small damage and slight downward knockback, it will floor bounce at the average foe at higher percents. Attack itself is almost instantaneous. Probably needs to be slowed down then. Looks like she's teleporting behind your foe, and if the attack button second time before the move finishes, she lightlessly repeats the attack in the opposite direction. Leaving her, it's important to note that the attack start leg is uncharitably long, at least for a tilt. Okay. It's still worth using when your foe's preoccupied dying away from your jab, otherwise hassled with dealing Sakuya's projectiles. If you whiff this attack, you can hope to mind game the foe into missing. You're charged with the ricochet. And leave 1 knife facing upward, halfway through her slash. I would put it at the spot where she turns around to slash, not in the middle of it. If you want to perform the extended attack, she'll leave the 2nd knife facing the opposite direction, right on top of the 1st knife. I think that for the most part that makes it's a fine attack. I think that if you're going to immediately go the other direction, that there needs to be some notable end lag to the move. As it's basically risk versus reward, you get more damage out of it, but if the opponent predicts it and you block, then you basically get a free punish. With a knife in hand, Sakuya thrusts forth, bringing an end to her dash and plunging the blade into the opponent. Bounces off the floor, deals low damage. Attack is abrupt and reasonably quick to come out, though it's extremely easy to punish if used correctly, like most dash attacks are. That's only one part of the dash attack. During the attack start leg, a doppelganger from a split timeline splinters off behind her. Doppelganger hops towards the foe. And shortly after the real Sakuya's thrust, Flash has a decent aerial coverage, deals moderate damage and set knockback up and away from Sakuya. Because of this attack sneak double approach, the prioritizing, interrupting, clanking against first hit won't save the foe from the second. This could be really messy if it's a doppelganger summoning another doppelganger. I think that just the initial slash on its own is fine. I don't think the follow-up attack is necessary. Especially since the actual player can be the second doppelganger following up after the initial slash if they choose to use down special during the move. No, let me see. Did I miss anything? No. The way I did. Extends dash, doppelganger from the dash attack flips. Reel Sakuya into the air, kicking her towards the still reeling opponent. Sakuya is then free to perform any aerial on the foe. With neutral air for. I don't think that this is necessary. You can cut this. Again, since you already have a mechanic that's built around summoning doppelgangers, having an attack that specifically summons a doppelganger during it feels like it could be very muddy. I think that just the simple dash and the fact that you can do pretty much anything out of it. You can be the one following up with the aerial, you can be the one following up with another attack. this aspect is it's not necessary. It does not need to be there. If you've charged Luminous Ricochet for this move, Sakuya will leave a suspended knife. I wish to perform a thrusting attack. If the attack actually hit a foe, then Sakuya leaves the knife embedded in the foe's flesh. They'll then carry this time bomb of sorts until then, with the knife activating 3 times later, at which point the foe will flinch. The knife flies out of them. Yeah, there's way too much to this. This needs to be, like, cut down a lot. I think that, again, just the rushing thrust. If you want, you can keep the ricochet, because it's part of her mechanic. But I think that everything revolving around the extra doppelganger she can summon, it does not need to be there. Because the potential with pairing this with down special would already give you the options to do half the things that the extra doppelganger does. It just feels like something unneeded. It's not necessary. Sakuya's grab game has something to be desired. Slow grab, okay throws. Something we know about Sakuya's throws is that vanishing everything can be used in the middle of a throw. Doing so will abandon the throw at the current point. Which has different uses and advantages depending on the throw in question. Uses for said ability will be listed in the throw itself. The best use of Sakuya's throws are to push themselves towards Lunadiles, and delayed knives are best suited to complement her setups. I'm gonna skip this because generally the grab and the pummel are inconsequential in how they work. Grab, and then use something to deal very small flinching damage. Biblis Barrage grabs the foe. Grabbing the foe firmly in both hands, our miraculous mage hurls the foe, launching them a short distance forward. Tears forward after the foe, ramming into them and dragging the hapless chump along with a flurry of knife slashes. This continues when the foe escapes from the throw, at which point they push Sakuya away and come to a stop. Drags the foe a short distance forward every second, potentially taking the foe off stage. Sakuya's best throw by a decent margin, lots of kill stops and KOs. Interesting idea, needs to be limited. I think maybe just, toss and then chase after them to slash to, like, truly launch them away with the true force of the throw is more than enough. Most throws don't drag you forward. No throw drags you forward. That's not in my playlist. Why did you randomly just start playing Resident Evil music? Oh, let me guess, because my playlist fucking ended, right? God damn it. But yeah, I think, tosses forward, then, like, rushes forward and slashes at them again to, like, truly launch them away with extra force. I think dragging them forward is unnecessary, and it's something that's not really a thing in Smash. Throws in Smash are supposed to be very fast. I think it having the potential for kill setups and even KOs is fine, but I don't think that the drag aspect's not necessary. Just hurl them, then dash after them, and slash at them in the air to, like, truly launch them away before you, like, return to your position that you were at before. I think that's more than enough. And it would still look cool. Sakuya vanishes into a cloud of petals, leaving the foe quite befuddled. She reappears behind them, delivers a brutal straight kick into the opponent's back. This knockback is great, but the throw will not KO until at least due to its low knockback growth, which gives it a better combo when spacing throw than anything. Matching everything in space correctly, to potentially follow up on the foe with Time Anchor. You'll have to throw itself, allowing for short combo extensions. See, that's a lot better. It's quick, it's simple, and has follow-up options. But yeah, throws in Smash are almost always supposed to be very fast. I'm trying to think if there are any characters that have specifically slow throws. And nothing's really coming to my mind. Up throw, much like the previous throw, Sakuya disappears into thin air. Only... I would, for these two, differentiate how they look on startup. Readability is a very important thing in Smash Brothers. If you have two moves start the exact same, that's not very good, because both the player and their opponent need to know exactly what each other is doing at literally every single opportunity they have. Kazuya. You know what? How the hell did I miss that? I mained the fucker. But yeah. Differentiate these two in their startup in some fashion. Both of them just disappearing, it fucks with readability. Isn't shared animations a good way to throw opponents off with throws? No. You're not trying to throw opponents off with a throw. Throws in Smash are most likely just repositioning tools of anything. Body language in a throw is very important because it basically tells you everything you need to know about where you're going. Like if you're grabbed by Marth and you see him start to bend down, that means you know he's about to toss you upwards. If you see him start to move behind you, that means he's gonna throw you behind him. If Incineroar grabs you and he starts to fall backwards, you know he's about to fucking suplex you. And any throws in Smash, they are like surprise throws where they happen very fast. Like, you know, for example, Charizard's seismic toss or K. Rool's up throw where they just like fly up into the air and then come back down. There's that brief window of anticipation that tells you exactly what's about to happen. Like, it might surprise you in the moment, but you know exactly where you're going when that throw's over. That, and there's no throw that they have no other throws like those. Unique about this throw, if you use misdirection so that activates during this throw, the doppelganger aims directly towards the real Sakuya. You could potentially pull off a few neat combos. There are other attacks, something. Ricochet knives and little dials being used. Again, I think that if you differentiate the startup between these two moves, I think they're fine. That's pretty much all you need. And down throw, sweep kick forward, pop the foot upwards. Sakuya shifts underneath them, launches them up into the air with a quick uppercut. Upwards, leaps up, gives chase. Cutting through multiple times along the way. Interesting anime, interesting idea. Cut it down. It's too long. Maybe just, you know, sweep kick them upwards before, like, knocking them back towards the floor. I think that's more than enough. Again, throws in Smash are very fast. Using the leap of throw. Use this with this. Use down special this particular throw. You can leave the throw midair by warping away just before Sakuya delivers the coup de grace. Again, I would cut this. I don't think that's necessary, and that could lead to a lot of unfair setups. Especially since before the throw, there's no actual knockback growth to the opponent hitting an opponent that's not being tossed. And by that I mean nothing in a throw has knockback until the final hit. Or the final bit of the animation. But yeah, cut this down and find a new way to use the down special, because this basically is a combo window at literally any point in the opponent's stock. And that's a little bit too much. Let me see. Smash attacks. Tucks her hand into her blouse pocket. She's gathering up a mess of knives. The longer you charge, the more knives she'll grab. On release, she'll fling her arm in a wide arc up behind her back. Doing so, knives she has stock, flung out in the uniform, scattershot fashion. Knives arranged one by one. Knives scatter outwards where they are summoned. If you need to, you can actually aim the whole attack up or down by 30 degrees. That's normal for smash attacks. At least the forward smash. These knives can bounce off of floors and walls. And you can use this contact with a foe. Each knife deals typical small damage. Damage knockback stacked together, eventually leading to a decent KO move. You shotgun 5 or more knives at close range. Stacking property is not unique. Attack knives. All Sakuya's knives can stack their knockback together, so long as they are somewhat synchronized in hitting the foe. That's important because, you know, usually when you have a move with multiple hitboxes, you almost always want the final hitbox to be the one that actually launches. Because if you have multiple small hitboxes together, the knockback of a move can literally be cancelled by the knockback of a smaller move. And I think I explained this like a long time ago. I think it was during like Brawl, when I was reviewing Brawl fans movesets, where I was talking about one of his like smash attacks has like an initial hitbox that has smaller hitbox inside of it. If the major hitbox, if you hit with a major hitbox, but then that hitbox goes through smaller hitboxes, the knockback of the large hitbox is negated by the smaller hitboxes. Like if you did in Smash, if you like use Snake's forward smash on an opponent and they flew into like Ganondorf and Ganondorf hit them with like his jab, the knockback of the forward smash would be immediately cancelled and replaced with the knockback of the jab. There's no such thing as stacking knockback in Smash. It's basically whatever hit the opponent last, that's the knockback they're under right now. So maybe, you know, have all the knives hit at once as opposed to, you know, releasing them individually. I'll go for a while. If you review my Dante moveset, I gave you commenter access. Okay, thank you. That's something you should all do, by the way, so that I can like leave little notes of like, you know, advice on like what I would change, you know. That's something to keep in mind for next time. Up smash, silver sign, silver bound. Side smash, collects knives from her blouse pocket while you charge. Immediately change the animation. The startup animation between these two moves needs to be different. And like, especially in smash attacks, you need to know what's coming out. All my sets are comment enabled. Nice. I'm gonna head out, but let me know if King Dice is picked. Alright. I'll not activate comment or status on my docs. It's fine. No one did it last time either. But that's just something to keep in mind. It's just easier for me to get my points across. Just, you know, type it out. But yeah, immediately, right off the bat, change the startup animation of these two moves. I should immediately know which one of these moves is being used on startup. Time goes to the air, raise this fact by looking upwards while grabbing her blades. I would still, well, that's a small distinction. I would make it more obvious. Maybe while she's charging this one, she's crouching a little bit instead of just standing. Flings 3 blades upwards, one firing 15 degrees to the right, other 15 degrees to the left. Knives fly off, shooting quickly a short distance above Sakuya. Following the foe into the next stage. Directly after, each knife shares into 3 or 5 identical knives. The arc around the tight circle before flying straight back to where they came from in a rain of death. Not necessary. I think that just the knives breaking off and going upwards is more than enough, and then they just disappear. You do not need a hitbox that's wide going upwards and then immediately has an enormous hitbox coming down. There is next to no smash attack in Smash where they have a hitbox that comes down for their up smash. It's almost always straight up. Because again, that's the point. It's an up smash, you're launching whatever in front of you upwards. Back stacks a whole multitude of 9 once. Next move for Dragon phone. Specifics. Not move until the attack completes in full. Again, I do not think the knives need to boomerang back. Oh my god, please. I do not think that they need to boomerang back. However, you could delegate that task to a doppelganger via misdirection. I would limit these attacks. These attacks should not be able to be used by a doppelganger. I think smash attacks should be something that the player has to commit to themselves. %100%. So yes, this change the charge animation to make it more clear that she's about to launch upwards. I know it says that she looks upwards while grabbing her blades, but maybe, you know, put in more body language, like she's crouching down, like she's like hunching herself downwards as she's charging, which signifies she's about to spring upwards to launch. And again, remove the knives coming down. It's not necessary. I think more than launching knives upwards and them breaking off is more than enough. And doppelganger should not be allowed to use smash attacks. Single smash, knives thrown at the start of the attack, suspended in time. Sakuya then be free to move and do other things, so the knives themselves perform a full up smash attack once freed from suspension. All the more reason why I think that Doppelganger is not necessary if she can do this. You can build into it so that you don't need to fully commit to the attack. The Doppelganger is just... Why does it keep doing that? Stop that. Jesus. Down smash. As you charge this smash attack, Sakuya begins scattering soft pellets around herself, spinning on the spot. Different charge animation, that's good. Contact with opponents, they deal only 1% damage without flinching. Releases the attack, all pellets turn inside out, revealing knives in their place. Mass knives forming a tornado around Sakuya deals multiple hits of small damage, will knock foes ever upwards. I'd knock them sideways, not upwards, because it's a down smash. It's supposed to cover both sides of you. Most down smashes launch opponents horizontally, not vertically. The more knives involved, the more hits that occur. In the attack, the knives abruptly halt in midair and themselves towards the foes caught in the move, then shoot into them. Interesting idea, not necessary. I think that just the knives are more than enough. Since this damage and knockback stacks, 10 plus knives at once deliver some brutal knockback, usually KOing around 130%. The attack whips, instead of knives firing outwards towards the flow, half of them will fire left out tornado, and the other half will fire right. Sadly vanish. Just like up smash, Sakuya's route to the spot until down smash ends. You can use misdirection, layer doppelganger. Nope, that should not be there. And using luminous ricochet, lay out suspended petals. Go do something else if the attack plays out without her presence. If you do use luminous rocket, however, note that the knives down smash will act if the attack missed, even if it hits the foe. Again, a lot of the same criticisms as up smash. I think that while the idea is interesting, I think you add too much. I think that just, multiple damage around you is more than enough. Something, quick, multiple hits on both sides of you, that alone is very strong. Because that's excellent for catching rolls and stuff like that. Very good tech chasing option. Doppelganger should not be allowed to use smash attacks, and the luminous ricochet basically gives you a stage controlling option, which is more than enough. Just a rapid hitting like tornado of knives is more than enough, in my honest opinion. I do not think that this needs half the things that are attached to it. It feels excessive. That's the word I'm looking for. It's a little bit excessive. And then the last section is aerials. I'm sorry that this moveset has taken an hour and a half. Twirling around in midair, Sakuya's nimble fingers from the bevy of knives orbit around her waist. Swing blades, multi-hit attack, dragging the foes along with multiple small hits. Last hit, as the knives return to Sakuya, deal a very small amount of knockback in the direction you're currently tilting the analog stick. I would not allow the player to choose which direction they're tilted, which direction they launch the opponent in. That should be... It should be a move that either drags them down to the floor, or it has a set launch angle, which is usually just like horizontally away. All in all, you can use the drag foes where you want them to go, or simply something fast to keep the combo going. Horizontal range of this attack is fairly weak, and the vertical range is virtually nothing. Well, that's neutral areas in general. If used with luminous ricochet, the disc of knives lies suspended where Sakuya summoned them. Once reactivated, the knives spin around twice, then vanish, dealing a final hit that knocks the foe lightly towards Sakuya herself. Again, there's a lot of moves that knock the opponent towards the player. I think that those need to be removed. So much of Smash is highly dependent on you positioning yourself in the right spot. And I think that moves that shortcut that for the player are a bad idea. You should be able to get to the spot you need to get to for the combo to work, not have the game give you the combo for free. Forward air, Sakuya thrusts forward in midair. She does so. She takes 2 knives in each hand, performs a brutal cross slash in front of her. Deals damage, knockback, and KO around 100 for 10% average. Leaves a bloody cross in its wake, which lingers for a brief moment after the attack. This doesn't need to be here. Again, it feels like a lot of these attacks have just like too much going on in them, and it just does not need to be there. I think a simple like cross slash is more than enough. If you want to leave like the bloody cross is like just an effect, like, oh, that's where that's the hitbox, that's fine. But adding like a lingering hitbox after a forward air is not that great. There's only one character in the game that has a lingering hitbox after their forward air, and that's Game & Watch. But even then, the way the Game & Watch's forward air works is not like this. I think that maybe just having the Bloody Cross be a part of the attack itself and not be a lingering hitbox afterwards is probably the best way to go. Touching the Gory Aftermath deals good damage. Great advancing tool. I'll suck you as simplest kill move. Want to limit your gauge. I'll limit your usage of this move. And stale move negation hits this attack particularly hard. I probably would also have it be a fairly, slow attack to land with, which means it's not a good neutral option. Sakuya will leap forward, leaving knives in midair. The knives will then perform flashing motion of the forward air, albeit with a little less power than normal. This should be the standard for every single one of her Luminous Ricochet moves. I think that there should be a flat damage cut on every move that is not performed by Sakuya herself. If you want to limit it down to like 70% damage of the regular damage it would have done, that's fine. But these moves should never be doing the full amount of damage that Sakuya herself is doing. You are basically trading control for damage. Up air, tosses a knife overhead. Explodes into a ball of more knives. The knives quickly expand outwards to fill a small circle above her, or disappearing from whence they came. Functionally, attacks similar to Zelda's up air, and then it has an explosion that deals good vertical knockback. You hold the input, Sakuya delays the knife from exploding, allowing it to fly upwards until she decides to release the input, which automatically explodes after traveling a set distance. The knife she throws will lie suspended in midair, exploding once its allotted time has passed. It's less harmless than the others, but I still think that there's a little bit too much going on. I think that just the knife exploding is more than enough, because it's funny. You also need to think about how much range is that knife allowed to cover before it explodes. Single flipping motion, Sakuya hurls 2 knives downwards at the ground and does a drop kick between them. Again, too much going on. The drop kick is enough. Really need to take on a fast full aerial as a stall before the drop kick is quite long and supplemented with 2 projectiles. Knives are angled 20 degrees left and right respectively, so that they spread apart as they fly to the floor. The knives do not need to be there. I think that, again, it's a move that there's too much going on. And the drop kick is more than enough. Stall and fall that can throw off an opponent's rhythm is more than enough. I do not think you need to have your stall and fall protected with projectiles. that bounce off of surfaces. Touching a knife, deal small knockback, or Sakuya will dropkick the opponent, leaving them midair. Sakuya dropkicks them, the foe is bounced off the ground. If you use Luminous Ricochet before using this move, the knife Sakuya throws will be frozen in place temporarily, so her dropkick continues. I would just have this be a move that Luminous Ricochet does nothing. Or it just doesn't affect this move. I think some of these can definitely work in some regards, but I do not think that every single move needs a Luminous Ricochet follow-up option. And I think that this is definitely one of them. The dropkick is more than enough, especially if you get follow-up options off of it. And back air, Sakuya vanishes, leaving a small cloud of petals where she used to be. Petals deal minuscule damage to the foe, but don't cause flinching unless full strike. They strike a foe at once. After a brief moment, Sakuya reappears for a short distance. Used to be range increasing a little. Hold down as she teleports, and the petals. Wait. I just need to reread this just to make sure I got the attack correctly. A brief moment. She reappears. Okay, right off the bat, you've made a move, you've made a reversal option that basically you can't counter immediately. You get to vanish at the beginning and leave a hitbox in your position before reappearing. And it has little end leg. I would take this move and completely turn into something else. You cannot have a reversal option that literally phases you out of existence, and basically there's little to no counterplay to it. I would completely rework this move into something new. I think that this move needs to be scrapped entirely. It has little end leg. You disappear during a decent portion of the move's active frames. And you can even make it so that your doppelganger gets to be invincible. They're strong because they're anime, and that's just how it is. Of course, they're top tier. Anime can be limited. I've seen them do it. Beerus is like one of the most powerful characters in Dragon Ball lore. He's like a low tier in Dragon Ball FighterZ. Or at least used to be. But yeah. Aside from, taunts, victory animation, like all this, I'd definitely say that there's some work to be done here. it definitely feels like you're trying your hardest to pack as much as you can to each attack, and it almost, this doesn't feel like Smash. I think that the best thing that you could do is look through each move. I think a lot of the specials are fine. I think that for the most part, while some of the, like I already gave my points for like toning down how some of the specials work, a lot of the specials mainly just need limitations. A lot of the normals, however, I feel need to be like looked at in a notable for a notable amount of time, because it feels like a lot of them are just, I'm going to take as much as I can and shove it into a single move, and it becomes muddy. I think that the specials are the best part of this character. I think that they're well thought out. While they're overtuned, there are some clear ways to make them better. Some of these normals are a little bit excessive. And I think the best way to do it is simply just cut down on what each attack does. Because attacks in Smash, normals in Smash are, for the most part, just quick physical moves that are supposed to hit in one of 4 different directions. Or 5, technically, if you count neutrals. But yeah, I think that you've got something interesting here. The specials alone can make this a very interesting character. I would love to see this like touched up and like submitted again at some point in the future, because I definitely think that you have something here that could be a very, very good Smash character. And I'm sorry for those of you that have been waiting that this took almost 2 hours and there's only like an hour left. So I'm going to do you a favor, okay? I'm adding an extra half hour to today's stream. But yes, I stress this, I can't stress this enough. If you want to resubmit something you already submitted that got reviewed, but you just like, like, hey, look, I touched up, what do you think now? Do it. Because that's like the whole point of this show. I would much rather prefer that you take my advice on the stuff that I look at, and you put work into that, and you bring it back, and you're like, hey, look how cool this looks now. Rather than, going and putting as much time as possible into a completely new moveset. But anyways, who's ready to spin the wheel? I think I'm ready to spin the wheel again. Let's spin the wheel again. Well, I guess it's a good thing I put in that extra half hour, isn't it? Is it another long one? I think it's longer. I think it's longer than the last one by like 6 times the length. I completely should draw a move for this one. By the way, I'm going to be working on that tomorrow when my video's out, I swear to God, YouTube, stop stopping my fucking playlists, please. Thank you. Okay. May I please make a suggestion? I know for a fact that if I do this moveset right now, this is the rest of the show. Without a doubt, this is the rest of the show. May I reroll and do this moveset guaranteed on the 26th of May? Probably a good idea. It's just that I feel really bad if I only did 2 today. Okay. You're going to be, you are guaranteed to be included. 100% you are included in the next video. The people have spoken. It's totally fair. Good. Alright. Here we go. Spin the wheel. Okay. We have, Layla. Wait a second. I believe that the creator said he didn't want this done because he wouldn't be here. Let me scroll up really quick. Oh fuck, I think I lost the message. Layla was done by Levi, I believe. But you know what? I believe that he didn't want me to cover this until he was here because he had to work. So I think I might have to re-roll again. Levi, if you're seeing this, you will be covered on the 26th of May. The wheel is spinning once again. Okay. The next character. Make sure to keep a list somewhere. I have a very good memory. I can remember 2 characters. The next moveset is Magolor. And Magolor is made by give me a second. Made by Fletch King. Okay, Magolor. Interdimensional traveler. Statistics: hit and run, trapper. Decent attack and defense. Speed, he's small, lower weight, doesn't have good combos. 5 out of 10. Recovery is okay. His movement options says that he can hover. Okay. Smashboard's jump scare. I haven't been on Smashboards like in any serious capacity in like I think it's like a decade now. It's been like at least since the launch of Smash, like before the launch of Smash 4. Okay, let's see. Fighter moveset. Normal. Jab/4 tilt. Magolor fires a ball of energy from his hands. Fires a ball of energy from his hands. Origin, Kirby's Return to Dreamland. I've been there since 2008. Kind of like Mega Man. Okay. How fast are these? How quickly can he use them? Like, that's like the best way to look at this. What's its range? What's its damage? How much hit stun does it have? The biggest problem with Smashboard's movesets is that I can't edit these, or give commentary. And for those that say log into your Smashboards account, I don't fucking remember what it is. It's been that long. I don't remember what email it's attached to. I don't remember the passwords. I don't remember jack shit. But yeah, I would they're mid-range and speed by default. So, Fletch King, I would just like to just ask something of you in the future, because I do appreciate you putting in your movesets, and I know that you put in a moveset last time as well, and this is your second time getting reviewed. I would move your movesets from Smashboards to a Google Doc. Because with Google Docs, you can put in GIFs and stuff like that to help, use as like visual references, and you can, explain things a lot better. I think that going forward, I would prefer it if things are on like a Google document, because it's generally hard to give feedback to these moves because I don't really have much to go off of how they work. Some of them are pretty obvious, but as somebody that's, not super familiar with Magolor, it's generally difficult for me to think about how these moves work. I would just take these moves, put them in a document, and like flesh them out a little bit. One thing that I'd suggest Fletch King is to link or inline some GIFs of the moves that you pull directly from the games. Yeah, that too. That'd also be good. It's just to help with, like readabilities, because a lot of my questions with stuff like this is going to be like, okay, what's its speed? What's its damage? How does this differentiate from its main source to the source in Smash Brothers? Because, you can't really pull 1-for-1 all the time and expect it to work 1-for-1. Even like fleshed out characters with their own movesets in like Kirby, like Meta Knight and King Deity, their movesets in Smash are nothing almost like their movesets in modern Kirby games. Okay, Revolution Orbs. Magolor fires 2 orbiting energy balls from his hands. Again, it's difficult to think about what that looks like because I don't have access. I don't have Return to Dreamland. I have Star Allies, but I don't know how much of that moveset is in this. Rift Rush, Magolor travels through 2 portals as he charges head first. Feels a little bit awkward because basically that means there's a giant area in between the attack where nothing happens. The attack essentially has a dead zone. You go from one portal to the other, and there's nothing in between it. Most of this moveset came from Return to Dreamland Star Allies. But yeah, I think that a dead zone and a dash attack is a little bit awkward. Almost feels like days of, almost feels like days of Darkstalkers where Dimitri's dash basically gave him a fucking dead zone where he couldn't be hit. But yeah, a lot of this feels like it's just directly pulling references from the game. Like Upward, Magic Spear fires a ball of energy upwards. So all of his like grounded attacks are pretty much, for the most part, are just pretty much projectiles. Forward smash is the Ultra Sword. Up smash is the Royal Banner. Pulls out a long banner and swings it upwards over his head. Down smash conjures 4 spikes on the ground around himself. Probably limited that to 2. Revolution Orbs. Magolor conjures 5 orbiting energy balls around himself. Conjures 2 swords and swipes forward with them. Grand Swipe conjures a hammer and swings it behind himself. A projectile up air is interesting. It's not the first time it's happened. The Me Gunner has that as well. And he basically has the same move on both up and down air. I would change that. I don't even know if he should have a projectile in his aerials to begin with. Mega Man as well, yeah. Most of his moveset came from Return to Dreamland and Star Allies. The problem here is that you're describing what the moves do in the game, but I'm not getting a good enough idea of how they differentiate from each other because the descriptions are very, very brief. And it feels like this moveset is an over-reliance on references. Like that's the main problem here, because I can't really tell you what's good or what's bad, because the majority of this just feels like it's just the move from the game. Mega Man's fine, but Mega Man's design is very intricate, and while he uses a bunch of abilities as references, the way he uses them in Smash are notably different than the way he uses them in the Mega Man games. There's a lot of joy that can come from just not copy-pasting what you see from the source, but transforming it, molding it into something that fits Smash perfectly. Exactly! And it's generally hard to review this because a lot of this does feel like it's just the move from the game. Like, I know that, Magolor pulls out gem apples, tossing them upwards, and they fall back down to the ground and explode. That's basically the exact same way it works in Star Allies. He has a shield special, conjures a black hole that pulls anyone or anything nearby and lingers for 7 seconds. That's a lot of time. The magic circle that summons the black hole can be moved to another position if it's before it's conjured. Magolor can only conjure one black hole at a time. So a 15-second cooldown meter before it appears. 7 seconds of pulling in targets is insanely overpowered. Pulling in opponents and forcing them out of position is arguably one of the strongest things in any fighting game. Giving any character the ability to just, even if it doesn't damage them, just pull the opponent out of position is incredibly strong. And I think a great way to explain that is like Seth from Street Fighter, where he has a power, he has a special move where he can pull opponents towards him using his Tanden engine, and it's basically one of his best setup options. In Street Fighter V, they turned it into a move that basically gives him a Kirby copy ability, but the ability to just yank somebody out of position, even if it's briefly, is insanely strong. And having that active on the stage for 7 seconds is not good. If anything, I would make it something that's very brief. It can be brief, but it can be strong. It can have a decent amount of range to it. And that brief amount of time where your opponent is pulled out of range, out of position, even if it doesn't even like affect what they're doing, that alone could deal so much. I think it should be 3 seconds. Still way too long. Shouldn't even be a second. I think it should be something that like you use for a split second and then you stop. 3 seconds is too much. I was going to say Mario's Flood and how it's used in heist mode. Super low commitment way for Mario to push people away and covers so much of the screen. Yeah, it's a good example. The biggest thing that I can say about this moveset, even just like looking through it really quickly, I think that there is too much here that is just references to the game. I would think about ways to, maybe you don't even need to change very much, but you should think about how each move would work in a fighting game setting as opposed to a Kirby setting. Maybe a character shouldn't just have a magic sphere projectile option for like every one of their moves, and their moves up and down air shouldn't be the exact same. I think that for the most part, all this moveset really needs is to just be fleshed out. I don't even know how much this inherently needs to be completely changed from the ground up. I think that the most you need to think about is just how would this move work in a fighting game setting? Like a true platform fighting game setting. And I think just take what you have, hell, the best way you could do it, just open Smash Brothers, anyone, doesn't really matter which, just play around, move around, pretend your character's on the screen, and just think about like, oh, this character's going to use this attack. What would this cover from where I'm standing? What would this do? What can I get out of it from this range? Or hell, you don't even need to open Smash, just like, maybe just watch some Smash footage. Anything to save you from playing more of Ultimate. The point I'm trying to make is that all you really need for this is to just take it and flesh it out. I would love to see this like brought back at some point in the future, like fleshed out and truly turned into a full-on Smash moveset. Because I think this has potential. I would get rid of the Black Hole Shield Special. I don't think that that's necessary. If you want to keep the Black Hole as a move, you could definitely do that, but replace one of the other special moves he already has with it. Could be a good down special, you know? You pull in opponents for a brief moment. It doesn't really deal damage, but it can be the thing that allows you to gain some ground in the fight, especially if your opponent's trying to stay away from you. Ultimate Frame Data has gifts of every attack in the game. When determining range, and typically open up training mode. Perfect, yeah, exactly. But yeah, I would love to see this come back at some point, like revamped and like given the true like Smash treatment, because it definitely feels like this is just abilities pulled from Kirby and put on a Smash character, and there's not much changes to them. And if you're having trouble as to how you want to structure the moveset, how you want to like explain your thoughts on each attack, the best thing you could probably do is just look at some of the movesets of your contemporaries in the Clear for Battle section. Just look at how some people structure their movesets. It might be a good place to start. If you need a layout for like a document, I do have one pinned in the Clear for Battle section that you can download and use for free. It's basically the exact same style that I use for my videos. But yeah, I would like to see this come back at some point. I think this has potential. I would love to see this fleshed out. I definitely am glad that it's definitely a lot more clear than the moveset for Zoroark was, and that's mainly thanks to the fact that this is one character and not trying to shove in two characters into one. But yes, I'd love to see this come back at some point. All right, let's spin the wheel. Okay, our next moveset is Bomberman. Bomberman. Oh no, Bomberman's a Smash Sports moveset as well. Oh boy. Where is the moveset? Is it this? Okay. White Bomber himself. Stats. Speed. Lower speed. Really high damage. Lower defense. Okay weight. Low height. He's got good recovery though, which is awkward. I feel like if his jumping is bad, then his recovery should probably not be the greatest either. Attributes. I'm glad that there are like numbered attributes. That's nice. I do not have access to Kuragane Hammer on another monitor for me to compare these. Frame variable distance traction. Bomberman, like fellow Dreamfire Solid Snake, explosive specialist. Unlike Snake, whose explosives are realistic, hard to see coming, and focused on inducing paranoia. Bomberman's explosives are cartoony with diverse effects, stick out like a sore thumb, and are designed to limit opponents' options. He can switch between bombs in the heat of combat, and throw them in a variety of ways. Many of them take a while to explode, though, and he can only have so many on the field at once. This makes him an extremely strategic character, who has to constantly make sure he's using the best bombs for the situation. He's highly prone to self-destructing if used recklessly, as most of his attacks can hurt himself as badly as his enemies. When mastered, however, he's arguably the most powerful character in the game. Several low percentage KO moves, recovery capabilities of rival Jigglypuffs, say nothing of his penchant for restricting and trapping his enemies. Any Bomberman's attacks will pull a bomb. This is not randomly selected. Bombs are referenced by several of his moves, described for his actual moves. Bomb hit with a fire attack, 60% chance of going off immediately. Fire bombs, classic bomb. Fire effect deals 24% damage with knockback comparable to Captain Falcon's fully charged forward smash. Probably would tone that down. KOing Mario from the center of Final Destination at 80%. Takes 4 seconds to explode by default and counts as one bomb towards Bomberman's deployment limit. It's the explosion itself. Works a bit like a smart bomb, except the explosion radius is roughly half as big as the smart bombs. And the explosion expands to its full size in less than a second, immediately dissipates, and hits once. Except for a spherical explosion. But that comparison serves as a good point of reference. Bombs, yeah, except otherwise noted. Honestly, I wouldn't even make them spherical explosions. I'd make them cross explosions. That's like the whole thing about Bomberman, isn't it? And I get that the reason they're cross explosions is mainly because of the fact that the walls affect the trajectory of the blast, but like cross explosions are kind of like Bomberman's thing. Even if they're technically they're squares in a sense. Ice Bomb freezes enemies that get caught in its blast and a slightly larger explosion radius and a slightly higher knockback than a Fire Bomb. If it freezes enemies, I probably would lower the damage and knockback, because the effects of freeze are already strong enough as it is. Lower knockback, lower damage, but the chance to freeze, which means more follow-up options, yeah, I'll take that. Takes 5 seconds to explode by default. That's a fucking long time. It's a very long time. I would probably cut that down to like 2 at most. Or hell, I'm trying to think of how long the cross bombs take to detonate in Smash Ultimate. Probably something around that time, if not a little bit shorter. Freeze is hard to balance correctly like burying. Agreed. Ice bombs cannot be defused by ice attacks, however, they have a 10% chance of being defused by non-explosive fire attacks. instead of it being immediately set off. Interesting. I would up this chance to like 20. If it's this powerful, I would up it. I would increase its chance of being diffused. Wind Bomb has an explosion radius only slightly smaller than that of a Smart Bomb. Absurdly high knockback, being able to KO percentages as low as 45%. That... It only deals 15% damage, which means you only need to hit somebody 3 times with it to actually kill them. If you want my opinion, Wind Bomb shouldn't deal damage at all. You just push them. Wind in Smash doesn't usually deal damage, it usually only just pushes people. Lower the amount of knockbacks to 4 because 45% is absurd. This should be like at most like 75 on like mid-weight characters. I'll use Robin as an example because he is a character at the weight limit of 95, which is technically the middle of the road for every Smash character in terms of weight. So a Wind Bomb should kill Robin at like 75. But it does no damage. So you have to rely entirely on doing damage with other things in order to get the bomb to go off. Takes 6 seconds to explode by default. Again, that's an extremely long time, and counts as 2 bombs towards Bomberman's deployment limit. Bomberman is not damaged by his own wind bombs, nor does he suffer knockback. I feel like he should. Instead of being caught in his own wind bomb, launches him a long yet preset distance away from the blast, sort of like Ness hitting himself with his own PK Thunder. Does not leave Bomberman helpless, though the detonation time of wind bombs might make it somewhat impractical to use as a recovery. While I understand that, I know that bombs in Bomberman, for the most part, you don't have control over when the bombs go off. I feel that in a game like this, you need to give the player some form of control over that. Because if you don't give players control over aspects like this, mechanics tend to be too heavily reliant on their opponents doing the work for them. And I think the best example of that is Lucario's Aura. Lucario's Aura, if Lucario could focus and like manipulate his aura on his own, would be a fantastic character mechanic. But because of the fact that it's completely reliant on his opponent hitting him in the face, it's garbage. I think that Bomberman should be able to set off his own bombs, but maybe instead of the times it taking to explode, this is how long the bomb can stay on the screen before you have to detonate it, or it'll just disappear. This puts pressure on you as a player to use it properly, and it adds a bit of counterplay to the bombs. Because your opponent knows that if you use that bomb in a bad position, and you can't, and they're not going to go anywhere near it, then they know they just made you waste a resource. I think that you need to let the player detonate the bomb themselves. Control is such a huge aspect of fighting game design. Unless it's like a super, you need to make sure that the player has complete control over every aspect of their character at all times, or as often as possible. There should be very few instances where the player has next to no control of their character. Bomberman has remote bombs and assist trophy as well. Perfect. Make every single one of these bombs a remote bomb, but just with different elements. I also think that while I'm not done, I can definitely tell that some of these might be too much. Lightning Bomb has an electrical effect. Equals in size to Firebomb, however, explosion lingers for 1 second and traps foes inside that inflict continuous damage before launching them at the explosion's end. A Lightning Bomb deals 22% damage, slightly less than a Firebomb. Also, I think that the damage of these needs to be cut down. If these are things that you can constantly put on screen, you should not be able to just put a 24 to 22% damage move on the screen at a given time. I don't even think Snake C4 does that much damage. And even then, Snake C4 literally takes like, how long to set up? You need to place it, and then there's the startup of actually hitting the detonator. Takes 4 seconds to explode by default and counts as 1 bomb towards Bomberman's limit. A napalm bomb is a massive explosion, almost 1.5 times the size of a smart bomb's explosion. The explosion lasts for nearly 2 seconds and traps the victims inside to deliver constant damage with a fire effect. With a strong hit that can KO under 80%, napalm bomb's mining explosion does a total of 60% damage. Which means that in practice it can KO under 20%, making it the second strongest bomb in its KO potential. In the words of Zesty Jesus, no thanks, not interested. No thank you. That number needs to change. Like now. Like that number is not okay. That number is not okay. Just a move you can put down. I know that the bomb chance you get is technically somewhat random, but just having the potential to put down a move that does 60% damage, which by the way, is roughly on par with most Final Smashes. It can KO under 20%. That needs to go. That needs to be heavily revised. That thing's damage should be like a third of what it is. Or like 25%. 25% on a single attack is a ton of damage. That's like roughly on par with moves like Charge Shot and Shadow Ball at full charge. And those moves hit like a truck. You're gonna look me in the face and tell me that this is 3 Shadow Balls. Ridley's Skewer only gets away with it because of the pinpoint hitbox. True, it also gets away with it because you literally can't kill an opponent with it. Unless you're playing, like, percentage matches, you can... I know I slurred that word, I'm sorry. Unless you're playing percentage matches, you can't kill somebody with Skewer. It forces them into a hard knockdown after doing, like, 50% damage. It's also a very poorly designed move and probably should be fucking scrapped, but the point is you technically can't kill somebody with it. Napalm Bomb counts as 8 bombs towards Bomberman's deployment limit, or if that amount is lower than 8, the entire deployment limit, meaning you can only have 1 out at a time regardless of his equipped special moves. Full charge Jet Hammer deals 40%. It requires full charge on move that leaves you very slow and very vulnerable. True. The only character that can remotely hit for 60% damage in any, like, and under very specific settings is this fucker right here with Revenge. But even then, if he gets revenge, that's your fault. But yeah, napalm bomb. Those numbers need to be changed. You can make it You can make it powerful in exchange for being very slow to start up, very slow to on recovery, and it takes up basically all the bombs you could place on the field. The fact that it takes up 8 deployments means that this is telling me that I can place 8 of these on the field at once. We're gonna need to talk. Mr. fucking Luigi fan, we're gonna need to talk. Light bomb. Hang on a second. Sorry, I was clearing my throat. Light bomb is an explosion about the size of smart bombs. 21% damage. Cut that down. No knockback whatsoever. Instead, the blast stuns victims like a dick. Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. Except they can stun characters in midair as well as grounded characters. Stun characters in midair just fall straight down until they hit the ground, at which point they have to wait to stun as though they suffered a shield break. There is no ground beneath them. Well, they're boned. A light bomb takes 6 seconds to explode and counts as 4 bombs towards Bomberman's limit. Or if that's the amount is lower for the entire deployment limit. Light bombs cancel out gravity bombs caught in their blast radius, turning them into duds. An exception to the rule that an explosion will always set off a bomb. Sir, you cannot throw a 21% damage Deku Nut at somebody. If this thing is going to stun, it should do like 4 damage. Yes, I'm being serious. This thing should do like 4 to 5 damage. And be very, very short range. It should be the bomb equivalent of Mewtwo's Disable. Not a 21% damage stun that you can potentially drop multiple times and basically stun lock people to death. Just, once again, no thanks. Not interested. A gravity bomb has a relatively small explosion, by around 3/4 the size of firebombs. However, the explosion is actually a black hole, and therefore has a strong vacuum effect that reaches out to an area about 5/4 the size of a smart bomb's blast. 5/4? Excuse me? I feel like there's a better way to put that into metrics. And sucks everything in range towards the main explosion. Explosion and vacuum lasts for 3 seconds. Similar to Sheik's burst grenades. Sheik's burst grenades last like 0.5. Damage has a darkness effect. Don't explode on impact unless affected by factors that use the explosion delay of bombs. Activating a gravity bomb with a remote detonator only detonates it immediately. Wait. There are remote detonators in here? Excuse me? Sorry to skip ahead a little bit, but I need to freaking see this. Just to check. Oh, it's a custom special. Using this special while a bomb is deployed immediately sets it off. Sir, this should not be a custom special. This should be the fucking standard. Again, control is very important. And hello, Harry Mason. Glad to see you're here. You currently just came into seeing me lose my mind. We'll get to that afterwards. Water bombs do not explode into a sphere and scatters several damaging water droplets. Water droplets deal 8% damage and these knockback. However, it's quite possible for an unfortunate foe to be bounced between multiple droplets. These will stacking up damage. Takes 5 seconds to explode and counts as one bomb towards Bomberman's limit. And he can also pull out items. At will. They behave, instead of the target blast-esque behavior, they behave like that of the item, except that deploying a ball bomb in this fashion counts as one bomb. My brother in Christ. When Peach pulls out a ball bomb, it's a massive fucking deal. This man can do it whenever he wants. While a lot of these need to be changed in a lot of ways, these can just be removed altogether. Like, these just go. Once again, repeat myself. No thanks. Not interested. Isn't bombering the swim, that's not important. Attacks, neutral combo, right punch, left punch, hammer punch, 5% damage. Jab finisher, pulls out one of his bombs and places it right in front of him. If you hit a foe with the third jab attack, you will drop the bomb directly on top of them, dealing 2% damage and pinning them, forcing them to button mash furiously to free themselves and get away before the bomb explodes. Are you telling me that this bomb pins? Sorry, not pins, buries somebody? Is that what I'm being told right now? I don't know how to feel. I definitely don't feel good. And if Bomberman is attacked during the middle of the move's animation, he drops the bomb on himself. There's counterplay, but again, maybe just you know, just cut this. Just cut it. It doesn't need to be there. It's adding a lot to a move that genuinely doesn't really sound like it needs it. I do love it when people put more substance into a character's neutral combo, because most characters don't really use their neutral combo for anything except maybe this guy right up here. But that's a little much. The punch and hammer punch is perfectly fine. You don't really need to have him drop a bomb afterwards. And by really don't need to, I mean you really don't need to. Forward tilt bomb punch performs an uppercut directly in front of himself. Popping them into the air. Does 9% damage and KO percentage is over 200%, 210%. Don't really need to know that much of a kill window if it's that high. Use this attack on one of his own bombs. It will be thrown through the air in an arc, landing after crossing roughly a quarter of the length of final destination. Attack is also a very good vertical range for forward tilt. Its horizontal range is somewhat lacking. Feels like that should be an up tilt then. You normally want the forward tilt to mostly hit in front of you. Bombercopter chop extends his bombercopter from his antenna on his head and rotates the blades a few times, hitting enemies directly above him. 6 times, 3% each. That's 18% for a grounded tilt. That's a little much. Capable KOing at percentages over 110%. And it's amazingly fast. It's an amazingly fast 6-time hitting move for 18% damage. Little startup or end leg and a very quick attack duration. Damage and knockback are very good. It's Bomberman's second strongest non-bomb KO move. Extremely limited range. Only striking foes standing right next to Bomberman or practically right on top of him. It also has some difficulty striking characters that are shorter than Bomberman. Yeah, tone that down. First off, give it some startup. Make it hit less. Or make the hits hit for less damage. If each hit was like 1.5% damage, and it was like 9% damage total, it'd be fine if it was hit 6 times. Still a little bit excessive that an up tilt hits 6 times and has a move, and you know, that's a constant hitbox. But 18% from all that is a bit of a hard pill to swallow. And bomb kick down tilt briefly brings his leg back, kicks forward. Knockback is almost completely horizontal. Poor semi spike. Bomberman kicks the bomb to move, it slides forward. Probably the most harmless move in this moveset so far. It's fine. And then I look down and I see that dash attack is a 3-part attack and I'm concerned. He puts on the bomber slider and darts forward as speaking parallel to Pikachu's running speed. Anyone he collides with takes 6% damage. Okay, you can also jump during this dash. Okay. And he can attack again. You forgot the dud. I wish I had my soundboard working on all my fucking channels because I don't, because I would love to just play that clip from Metal Gear Solid 2. A dud. Pops him in a very short height into the air. 12% damage to anyone he hits. With a decent Sakurai angle attack, capable of KOing at around 120%. Can easily carry Bomberman off the stage and beyond the last line if he's not careful. there's a lot to this. And I'm just going to stop right here and say, just make it one of these moves. Don't make it 3 parts. Just stick to one. Dash attacks in Smash are very, very brief. And while some characters do have multi-hitting dash attacks, I don't think there's a single character in Smash that has a dash attack that's multi-part. Just stick to one, balance it out, and get rid of everything else that's associated with it, because this is way too much. Again, dash attacks are very quick, very brief. They're designed to quickly close the distance. I'm back. You can put Chai back on the wheel. You didn't submit Chai for episode 2. So Chai is not part of this. You can resubmit him for episode 3 if you'd like. But you've got to submit, you got to resubmit if you didn't get your moveset looked at last time. Yeah. Sorry. Ledge attack, don't need to worry about ledge attacks. They're kind of pointless, honestly. I do think that a ledge attack should not be hitting an opponent behind you while you're flipping onto the freaking stage, because the move, usually ledge hitboxes don't become active until they're at this point. The ledge attack is a paragraph. Currently is, again, I don't really need to know about the dash attack. Sorry, the ledge attack, sorry. This ledge attacks are very one hit, simple moves. They vary in terms of range, but they are designed for one purpose and one purpose only, and that's to punish the opponent that's trying to camp you out at the ledge. More often than not, if they see it coming, it's one of the most unsafe moves to use in the game. Especially if you're a character whose ledge attack has very, very bad range. Not everybody can be Samus, who has one of the best ledge attacks in the entire game. Forward smash, rolling bomb, pulls out a bomb, holding it in his right arm, sweeping it right around. Charge up the attack and to swing his arm around you, release it, otherwise he throws the bomb after one swing. The bomb was thrown, flies in an arc. Throws only one bomb if the move is uncharged. Doesn't fly very far. Charge the attack, increase the number of bombs, as well as their spread and distance. It's entirely possible to use Bomb Selector in this move. Draw multiple types of bombs at once. Listen. I know his name is Bomberman. And while I do feel that there is potential in this, you cannot look me in the eye and tell me that it's a good idea for a character to toss out multiple 24% damage dealing bombs. You can throw up to 4 bombs at once. For those of you keeping track, that's up to a maximum of 96% damage from just the fire bombs. if he gets a chance to throw 4 napalm bombs, it's 240% damage. It's a little much. It's a little much. I would make these different bombs than the bombs that he can carry normally. Hell, I would go so far as to say that everything except for specials should be one type of bomb. One bomb. Maybe you can change the type of bomb that you have active to one of the others, but I think that sticking to a single type of bomb for everything that's not the specials is probably the best way to go. Because I should not be allowed to literally fully charged, toss out a move that does more damage at once than arguably some characters can do with every single one of their moves' damage outputs put together. I guarantee you there are characters in Smash where every single one of their moves at full strength put together does not equal 240% damage. I really can't comprehend this. It is a little bit hard to comprehend. Not gonna lie to you. It is a little bit tough to comprehend, and I'm sorry. I'm just trying to be as clear as I can. I think that Rolling Bomb, if you want to toss out 4 bombs, it should be 4 smaller, weaker bombs that do not relate to the bombs that you can normally summon with specials. No Final Smashes do that much. You're right, they don't. 1 Napalm Bomb does about as much as Final Smashes usually do. Up Smash, Bomb Lob, throws a bomb up straight up into the air. Does low damage on impact and will explode on impact, or if it misses right before it would catch Bomberman in its blast. Lands on a platform, just remains there until it explodes. So you have a chance. Okay, so well, this one was lobbed 4 bombs. This one is you toss a bomb straight up into the air, and if it hits somebody, it explodes. So again, this is like a move that has a chance to deal 60% damage on hit. On some characters, I'd argue that's like 90% of their kill threshold. Especially on characters like Pichu and Jigglypuff. Like, that is a lot of damage to be hit by at once. Again, I think that you need to stick to different types of bombs for normals, and you can keep the different types of bombs for specials. Like the theme, like style bombs can be put on as specials. I think just regular, old-ass looking bombs are perfectly fine for Bomberman's normals. He should not be able to set out a smash attack that does 240% damage on hit. Or hell, even one that does 60 is way too much. Looking forward to the final smash being a nuke that removes everyone from the game. I'm ready for it to be tame compared to some of this. Legalize nuclear bombs. Smash attack summary. All bars uses bombs. He can use them if we can't use them if he has too many bombs out. Trust me, one is enough. Also, if he is attacked during the charging animations, he will drop the bomb. Bomb and stuff can also be attacked during charge animations. Use the second attack down smash. Oh yeah, I didn't read the down smash. Shit. Pulls out a bomb and tosses it forward. I feel like that's something that would be like a special move, but okay. The impact will send it flying down forward, causing anyone in the way pinned beneath the bomb. Wait, it's a mobile bury? It's a mobile projectile bury. I'm just reading it over just to make sure I read that correctly. The impact sends it flying forward, causing anyone in the way or... Wait. Oh, even worse. It pins at the beginning, but then it acts like Meryl and Oshawott and drags them forward until it either moves off stage, collides with a wall, or explodes. Can't KO uncharged until 180%. I don't believe you. Yeah, again, I feel a lot of this could be fixed literally just by having it be a different type of bomb that doesn't relate to the bombs you could use with special moves. If these were just regular bombs that could be made more powerful by charging the move, I probably wouldn't have as much of a problem with some of these moves. This move, however, needs to be completely rearranged. I should not be able to drag opponents across the stage with a bomb. Especially if that bomb can explode for 60% damage. It is a bit much. Just a bit much. You know, a little bit much. Alright, take care. Take care, man. Have fun working on rival stuff. I don't know how much is left in this. I'm probably not going to be looking over the custom specials. I'm probably only going to be looking at the regular specials. Bomber jet loop. Bomberman activates the bomber jet and does a quick loop-de-loop. Burning foes with the flames and jetpack for 10% damage. That's fairly harmless. Not bad. Power himself is capable. It's the attack tower spot, ramming foes for 6% damage. The sweet spot semi-spikes. I spoke too soon. This attack completely cancels Bomberman's mid-air momentum, which means it can be used in the gate being launched after hit stun has worn off. Or it can be used to delay Bomberman's descent and throw off incoming attacks. He has rather bad ending lag. Yeah, that's not necessary, just get rid of that. It doesn't need to halt his mid-air momentum. Rob uses a jet for his neutral air as well. It doesn't slow him down one bit. Well, now that's my alarm telling me it's 4 o'clock, which means I'm technically at my limit. which means this is probably the last one for the day. I'm sorry. But this moveset is all over the place. Forward air, pulls a bomb and flings it downward at a diagonal angle. 6% on impact. The bomb flinging animation is an attack, dealing 7% damage. Exits a weak meteor smash and the foot diagonally downward. Move a slightly leggier that is down aerial, both in terms of startup and cooldown. Again, if it was a regular bomb, I wouldn't be as pissed off. But I think there's too much focus on bombs. I know Bomberman is the name, but I don't think everything needs to use a bomb. Bomber jet boost. Bomber jet propelling himself straight up. Headbutts for 5%. Aim recovery, core and cooldown. Bomberman can still use his other aerial attacks during the cooldown. I feel it should be like K-Rool, where he gets a small boost upwards, but then he can't, like, do anything until that little animation is over. Also, I just realized the up air and back air are in the wrong spots. Quickly pulls out a bomb and backward over his head. Bomb swing does 9% damage. Bomb throw does 4% on impact. Can't pull a bomb, he simply swings his arm over his head, dealing 6% damage. Drops a bomb below him, very quick, but the bomb only does 1% on impact. And unlike his forward and up airs, this attack will fail entirely. Bomberman has too many bombs out. It's a bit much. Again, I think you're tying this too much to bombs. I think that Bomberman should be allowed to punch and kick people. I'm pretty sure he does in even in the TV Megamix or whatever it's called. I'm pretty sure he punches and kicks people. Not everything is a bomb. I know in PMEX Remix, Bomberman doesn't always punch. He has a lot of stuff around bombs, but he doesn't always use bombs for every single one of his moves. Bomberman grabs, pummels Boba's foe's left arm. Bomberman hoists his foe over his head, dealing 3% damage. He does so. Can carry and throw them as though they were a bomb. Oh, so he gets cargo. He gets a cargo throw. Foe can escape Bomberman's grasp at any point before he throws them, including while he's trying to use them as a shield. Wait, what? I skimmed through, I missed something. Bomberman can also use a carried opponent as a shield via his bomb barrier, forcing them to take an attack that was meant for him. Yeah, that's not necessary. No, that's not necessary. That does not need to be there. Even if the attack would normally be able to pierce through and hit multiple opponents. Oh, so it even protects against piercing. Again, even on its own, I'd say no. But if it protects him from moves that are supposed to hit him through everything, no. I'm sorry, but that's... No thanks, not interested. Bomberman drops a couple of bombs behind him, bouncing on top of the other, and puts the foe in between them to get helplessly bounced between them until the bombs explode. The foes can use Smash DI to escape. in which case the bombs just kind of collapse onto the ground. Bomberman tries to use this when placing 2 bombs, would put him over his limit, where he currently has an item-based bomb equipped rather than one of his own. The bomb sandwich fails entirely, and the foe just goes splat on the ground for 3% damage. Again, throws are supposed to be quick and snappy. This doesn't feel either. And then I'm pretty sure just picking them up and tossing them like really hard would be more than enough. I feel like there should be a limit on how long a moveset should be. That's why I'm trying to skim. That's why I'm trying to learn how to skim through these. But I don't think I want... I don't even know what I would limit. How I would limit it. Because some attacks just take time to explain. Bomberman flies straight up into the air with the bomber jet and swoops down towards the ground, letting the foe at the ground right before impact for 18% damage. That's too much. Incineroar, I think, gets like 16%. That's too much. Victim bounces off after being hurled at the ground, but it's possible for them to attack. Not in Smash Ultimate, it's not. The throw can KO at 130%, making it Bomberman's 4th strongest non-bomb KO move. Bomberman slams his foe onto the ground for 5% damage and drops a bomb on them. Pins the foe under the bomb. Foe cannot attack unless Bomberman fails to pull a bomb. So it's a bury. I think that the idea of pinning people under bombs doesn't work. It really doesn't feel like it was thought out very well. Okay, now we move on to specials. Again, I am only looking at the defaults. I'm not looking at the customs. Pulls out a bomb, hosts it over his head, holds it as long as the special move is held for. Detonation timer does not begin until he releases it. Okay, whatever. As Bomberman continues to hold a bomb, he pumps it up to grow 3 times its normal size. Each process takes about 3 seconds. Pumped up bombs do twice their usual damage and knockback, have a tripled explosion radius, along with increased effects, though they have a 1 second longer timer to explode. Excuse me, I need to check something really quick. Okay. So he has 120% damage bombs with thrice the radius. Thrice the radius of a smart bomb is like 80% of a stage. And you need to keep in mind that that's a circle. So it's not just width, it's also up. You know what? I feel like I need to stop this moveset here. I feel like I need to stop this moveset here and give the I need to give the criticism to the main parts before I go any further. And it needs to be overly stated that this character is completely and totally overtuned. In every single regard. The bombs do too much damage. The fact that they're a part of his regular moveset feels excessive. The fact that he can pin opponents with them which basically buries them, is not the greatest. He can pull regular bomb items at will, which is not good, and honestly should be at most an accident like Peach. These moves need to be toned down and should only affect the specials. I think for his regular moves, if you want to put in like a bomb toss for his forward smash, fine. Or, toss a bomb upwards for his up smash, fine. But they should be different bombs that do not categorize with any of this. This is too much. I think almost every single one of these bombs need to have their damage and knockback cut in like half. At most. At the least. Correction. At the least. Like the napalm bomb, in my opinion, should do like the highest, but it should do like 25%. I feel that some of these moves are a little bit excessive. I think some of them don't read very well. Why is the forward tilt an uppercut? It does more vertical damage, that has more vertical range than horizontal, when it's an attack that's specifically supposed to be in front of you. What else? I don't need, while I do like the effort that was put in for this, you don't really need to put in that much effort for a ledge attack, or a get up attack, or anything along those lines. They're very simple moves. They have literally one purpose, and that's just to get anyone near you away from you. Or, punish an opponent on the ledge. Simply put, it's too much. This entire moveset needs to be stripped down and rebuilt from the ground up. I think you need to make the bombs feel more important and not just something you can endlessly lob. Because even in Bomberman, the entire point of the bombs, especially in like the classic games and multiplayer settings, is you have to be very, very selective with where you put them to make the most out of them. So that you're not hurting, so that you're doing the most you can to your opponents, but you're not hurting yourself in the process. I think that hurting yourself is mandatory because it's a big part of Bomberman's identity, but the way you position them should be way, way more important. With this, you are literally just throwing them out at every given opportunity. This needs to be heavily revised. And I would definitely like to see a revised version of this at some point in the future. Because I definitely think that you can make a Bomberman character, you can make Bomberman work in Smash. 100%. On top of, cutting down the damage, the biggest advice I can give is make the bombs feel special. Because this just feels like more of a shit-flinging character than Olimar. Make the bombs... You can make the bombs strong. But if you're going to make them strong, you need to limit their use. If you want up their use, you should make them weaker. Again, fighting game design is a constant state of give and take, push and pull. If you're giving them something, you need to take away something in return. You can't give every attack. You can't have everything be an answer for everything. There's nothing a character should do that should answer every option in a game. I'm just buying time because I heard somebody just get on the ad. I'm pretty sure the ad's passed by now. But yeah. Make the bombs if you want to increase the amount of bombs you can use, then they have to be weaker. If you want the bombs to be more powerful, then they need to be more limited use and feel, more special. To me, I feel that Bomberman should be a character that's literally all about stage control and positioning. Where he can literally lock people into death if he knows how to read them correctly, but not knowing how to use his tools properly could easily lead to him killing himself. Bubbling himself. Sorry, YouTube. Every bomb-related move on this moveset is a projectile. It seems that way. They seem like physical projectiles. In a sense. At least that's the way it's described. It's hard to tell. They aren't very specific. But even if the bombs themselves are physical projectiles, you can't reflect an explosion. But yes, I think this needs to be stripped down, built from the ground up. There's clear-cut ways to make this character work. I definitely feel that this was made from somebody that genuinely loves the series. But I feel like that genuine love is blinding them to the realism of game design and game balance, for that matter. Bomberman should be a lot simpler of a design and be overly complicated. I agree. Do I think he could use different types of bombs? Sure. But I definitely think that he should be focusing on one type of bomb for a majority of the time he's using a bomb. Because it's less important as to what type of bomb he's using, and more important about where he's going to put it. Okay. What time is it? It's 4:18. 4:19. My playlist stopped. Again. I am going to do one more. And I'm choosing this one myself. Everything you see on this list will have a chance to be covered on the 26th. I'm choosing the next one, myself. For those of you that are already republishing your movesets for the next episode, don't yet, because it's not over yet. And I'm choosing... Where is it? I'm choosing this one. Moveset Meltdown number 19 Balls Edition. I see Mega Man on the left. I'm assuming this is for a Mega Man Robot Master. Hello Felicia fan, my bell clears. I'm excited to be presenting this moveset for you all today. Before we can do that, big context to this concept. Moveset Meltdown, for those of you who don't know, moveset competition. The theme is money. Yes, I'm well aware of this. This is something that was done in another Discord that I'm a part of. And balls are quite interesting objects, purely spherical and varying in sizes. They are possibly most associated with fun and playtime, serving as the foundation of a multitude of physical activities, whether it's an innuendo or not. No comment. Anyway, today's challenger represents the non-innuendoized fun factor of these items. A very colorful character with a fun design, stage and music. One that's quite literally jumped out at me when I first saw them. Even now, that endearment hasn't quite worn off from a game that I recently finished, and that sprung a beloved yet neglected video game franchise back into the spotlight before, you know, going back into the dormancy of death. I think it's time for this new challenger to get hopping. Blank. The challenger's a bit late, give him a second. Bounce Man is one of the 8 robot masters in Mega Man 11, originally intended to be a crash test robot. How he fit in the car, I don't know. Only uses innovative hopsercise routine popular with middle-aged women. With his colorful body and funny look, and it would hit with children, turning the big oval goof into a household name. While Bounce Man, along with his fellow robot masters, was unfortunately captured by Dr. Wily and reprogrammed for combat, everyone except Capcom's favorite blue robotic hero was stopped to the Mad Doctor and saved the rascal. I remember fucking hating this guy's stage. That's just me. While he's no longer under Wily's control, I'll gladly jump at the opportunity to discuss how Bounce Man could potentially fare in Super Smash Bros. In terms of where I'm going, in terms of where I'm going to be pulling ideas from for this moveset, Bounce Man has a boss fight to work with for a base. I also plan on utilizing elements from a stage. Most of the attacks after that I'll be just innovative to try and convey the fun-loving nature of this bounce-happy robot. Bounce Man is an odd combination between a mix-up and powerhouse fighter. Despite his size, he'd actually be on the lighter side, while his attacks still pack a punch. His specials in particular have the potential to be for a very nice movement mix-up. Honestly, I kind of wish this was something that Smash would do more often. Just because a character's big doesn't mean they have to be fucking massively heavy. On the downside, he retains a big hitbox comparable to powerhouses. He's also fairly floaty, leaving him susceptible to juggling. Nevertheless, if you can master his movement tools and interesting mobility, you'll be bouncing circles around your opponents. Bounce Man is portrayed as a very happy-go-lucky and childlike character. Even when fighting Mega Man, he remains just as playful and enthusiastic. So our fun-loving nature should be the forefront of Bounce Man's portrayal in Smash. His movement and attack animations would be very acrobatic, and he would most often be portrayed as cheerful, except when getting hit. I wish I could read what that says, but that picture is way too low of a quality. Oh, fuck. Bounce Man has a 2-hit jab that consists of one slap with each hand. The first slap combos into a second slap that does fixed knockback. Not many characters have 2-hit jabs anymore. I know Villager used to have one, but they gave him a combo ender in Smash Ultimate. Maybe a double palm thrust could be a combo ender. The only character I can think of that has a 2-hit jab in Smash currently is Wario. There might be a couple of others, but that's the only one that immediately comes to mind. Oh, Bowser has one too. I think Peach does as well. And Donkey Kong. Oh, fuck me, I didn't realize, yeah, there's more 2-hit jabs in this game than I thought. Honestly, I think they should be changed too. And Samus. Samus should probably be changed in the next game anyways. What's wrong with 2-hit jabs? Inherently nothing. It's just that it doesn't really have that much of an impact. And they seem fine for what it is, but I feel like one final hit would probably just feel better. Also, most characters with 2-hit jabs aren't really using them for anything other than like close range, get the fuck away from me, like combo moves. Yeah, Samus's jab is very bad. Bounceman retracts his limbs and rolls forward a fair distance, similar to the concept of Jigglypuff's rollout. Of course, it's very restricted in comparison. You can't turn while using it. It's not chargeable, and certainly not as powerful as fast as Jigglypuff's fully charged rollouts. I'd say, so it's like Donkey Kong's dash attack then. I'd say it does about half as much damage and knockback while slightly rebounding off of anything he runs into, which does make it unsafe on shields. If anything, I think I'd make it more powerful. Jigglypuff's fully charged rollout only does like 16% damage. Like 16 or 17% damage. It's not very powerful. And since he's supposed to be, powerhouse, I feel that, hit him a little bit harder, but he still has, the bounce back if he gets, he runs into a shield. I think that's more than fine. Side tilt, bounce man collapse in front of him, similar to King K. Rool. It's quicker than K. Rool's, with a bit of loss in power, no belly passive, super armor. Oh, so it's like a Mingo from Marvel vs. Capcom. I would also make it. I would also assume it's longer range because of the size of, because of the length of his arms compared to the rest of his body. I think, a quicker version of this with less power but way more range is, yeah, that's a solid poke option. So have a good one, Isaac. Bounceman does a sweeping uppercut going in front and above him, making for a slow but reliable anti-air. Standard, straightforward, to the point, has its options, probably has follow-up options afterwards. I like it, simple. Down tilt, Bounceman playfully rolls forward, launching away, fires at a high angle, making this move up pretty strong for a tilt, with a bit of extra end leg to compensate. I almost feel like this should be his dash attack. I almost feel like you could take this and add it onto this and make a powerful gap closing move, but it does a lot of damage, but it's very slow on recovery. Like a more powerful version of DDD's down tilt, for example. except it's on a dash attack. You'd also, you know, help differentiate these two from each other. Forward smash. Balance Man plants his hands onto the ground and then throws his weight forwards in a drop kick for snapping back to where his hands are. Goes a very long distance and is very powerful, but has big start up and end leg. It's not a bad idea. It would just be very... you would have to animate it so that he's like pulling himself backwards for his charge animation. And now that I'm thinking about it, doing so might actually be an interesting way of whiff punishing. Like you pull yourself backwards to charge, and during the initial pullback, you basically throw your hitbox backwards, which basically means you're throwing yourself out of potential harm's way, and then you counter with a dropkick. In my opinion, I wouldn't have him go back to where he was. I would let him just let go of his hands and he just flies forward. But for the most part, I think that it's mostly fine. Let me see, what else? Balance Man plants his hands into the ground again, but this time he does a backflip, turning his whole body into a hitbox before landing back on the ground. Like with the forward smash, the attack has very long range and is very powerful at the cost of major startup and end leg. See, with the forward smash, it made sense because he's bouncy. He could pull himself back and then launch himself forward. This one is a little bit more awkward. I'm trying to think of how I would change it. Maybe instead of launching his body upwards, he does like a giant hand clap upwards. So it's a big move, potentially has a sweet spot. And it'd be a great way to, you know, punish people on platforms, stop people from landing. I just feel that the forward smash worked because of just, you know, you build up kinetic energy and then you have to let it fly forward. With this, you can't do that. And since I feel that his arms are clearly his biggest standout feature as a character, he should probably be used more for attacks. It also has the potential of being disjointed, which makes it much safer to use. And down smash. Bounce Man jumps up before slamming back onto the ground, similarly to King K. Roll over Incineroar. His attack is notably less powerful though, and that's because if it hits an opponent, Bounce Man will be rebound off a said opponent and be left in the air. That being said, if the attack doesn't hit an opponent or hits a shielded opponent, Bounce Man will not rebound and be left vulnerable to counterattacks. I do like that. It's a nice, you know, departure from the usual way this attack is performed. I would like it if, like, Incineroar even got his down smash from, like, HDR, where you get to, like, throw yourself backwards or forwards midway through the jump so that you can basically like throw yourself off stage with it, just to differentiate the three more. But yeah, I like this. It's fun, it's simple, it uses the proportions of the character properly. It is exactly what I would expect this character to do for a down smash. Alright, so it's already 4:35, so yeah, this is the last one. Thank God I don't have any voice recording to do because my throat, I can already feel it going. Bounceman performs a lariat similar to Donkey Kong. Pretty fast attack serving as a good combo tool. As an animation note, Bounceman's arms stretch around his body while spinning, instead of remaining at his sides like with DK. If you want a more fun looking animation, probably something that's easier to read, instead of having Bounceman spin horizontally, have him spin vertically. Have him spin so like his entire body is spinning to the side instead of, you know, spinning horizontally. And like he attacks with his arms around him. Like instead of going like this, he goes like in a circle like this. And the hitbox is around him as opposed to being like a ring. He'd also, I think it's also pretty similar to something he does in the actual games. Forward air. Bounceman thrusts his arm forward, making a shoving motion that knocks fires away. It's decently fast, has good knockback. It's based on the Thousand Knighter 5, an enemy from Bounceman's stage. Oh yeah, I think this is why I fucking hated his stage. These things. I imagine it would be way, way more range because of the length of his arms. Yeah, it makes sense. Could work as either back air or forward air, honestly. Bounceman claps above his head, while the arms rising upwards of the clap have hitboxes. The more so act as sour spots, while the clap itself starts at the sweet spot and sends them straight up. Makes sense. Good use of major parts of the character's model for attacks. I missed the back air. Bounceman does a spiking motion behind him with one hand. Evidently, this attack is capable of spiking opponents. And is all around pretty powerful whether you land the spike or not. Comes at the cost of costing a startup. One cool thing you could do here is have him spin around, like spin around and then like do the attack. Instead of just turning around and hitting behind him, have him put his full body into spinning around in a circle and then doing the attack for more impact. Kind of like K-Rool in a sense, but with more flair because you get to see the full model spin around. And down air is a stall and fall where he flips in midair before dropping at great speeds while in a cannonball position. The fall itself does mediocre damage and knockback, more so serving, but it's used by letting Bounceman bounce off of other fires or shields, similar to Greninja's down air. Sort of based off of his ground pound attack from his boss fight, minus the spinning, which is reserved for his neutral air. Well, if you change the neutral air again to, you know, spin in a different direction, I think you could keep this the way it is. Bounceman stretches out both of his arms for a long-range grab, makes complete and total sense. The fact that this is completely disjointed makes me very upset. He pummels by leaning forwards and headbutting the opponent. Forward throw. Does a front flip with the opponent in hand for tossing them forward. This throw can be used to create distance, but isn't quite a kill throw. quick, simple, makes complete and total sense, makes use of the character's model. Does a bunch of quick somersaults at the opponent in hand before throwing them behind him in a Tomoe Nage judo throw. Yes. I play fighting games, I know what that is. Bounce Man's kill throw, but that's not saying much since it won't kill until a relatively high percentage. Very similar in concept to Sonic's back throw. Probably closer to Ryu, not Ryu, Ken, than anything else. Bounce Man pulls the opponent also, just so you know, that this is perfectly fine. Makes complete and total sense of the character that's round like this would be doing a lot of spinning animations. Bounce Man pulls the opponent closer and does a Bowser-esque flying slam. Retains the same power, but much like dash attack, this move is a bit more limited compared to its source, as you can move horizontally into the air. Anyone hit by the slam can get launched away though. Bounce Man lays the opponent on the ground and then retracts his limbs. He then proceeds to roll on the opponent at high speeds, dealing multiple hits of damage before popping them up into the air for a follow-up. This is similar in concept to Sonic's down throw. I don't know if you need him to roll, because Bounce Man as a character definitely doesn't feel like he gets a lot of momentum rolling, unless, you know, he's throwing himself forward. I would just have him do something like this. Just like tosses the opponent to the ground and does like a butt slam. Something like Wario. Something quick, simple, and makes complete and total sense for the character. Because again, what does he get to do? He gets to bounce off of his opponent. What'd you miss? We're doing Bounce Man right now. And he is the final moveset of the day. Bounce Ball. Bounce Man's neutral special makes use of the power-up Mega Man gets from him, albeit with one big change. Instead of 3 balls like in the Source game, Bounce Man only throws 1 ball. Thank you for limiting it for a fighting game, I appreciate it. As for the ball itself, it acts as a pretty straightforward projectile that can be thrown at 3 different angles, and travels at the length of about half a Final Destination. It's also decently fast. If it hits an opponent, it will explode into confetti, dealing small flinching damage. Its most noteworthy feature is its ability to ricochet off of a solid surface, which will certainly come in handy for something I'll showcase later. Simple, nice. It's technically something we don't really have in Smash right now. But let's see where this goes. Rubber Reach Out. When tapping the special button, Bounce Man winds up briefly before extending an arm forwards. The arm travels about the length of Min Min's Megawatt and does about as much damage and knockback as a charge punch with one. That's a lot of damage. While the arm itself doesn't have a hurt box, making a disjointed move. Oh boy. The end leg of said move does leave Bounce Man vulnerable if he misses. The main thing that makes this move stand out from Megawatt is its ability to be angled in one of 8 directions, as well as sharing the ricocheting properties of the bounce ball, which as previously mentioned will be discussed again at a later time. For now though, keep in mind that this move is only used when you tap the special button. I'll go over the held version on the next slide. Before I look at the next slide, I think I needed to say, the Megawatt is extremely powerful, and I think that for that amount, I think that the character needs to just be a little bit toned down. Even Min Min's is too strong for what it is, in my honest opinion. Especially since this one can be angled in 8 different directions. If you want a caveat, that maybe make it a little bit more, fair. Maybe make it that if it ricochets off a wall or a solid surface, it loses a portion of its damage. That way, you're rewarded if you hit somebody directly with it, but with ricocheting, you have a better chance of hitting somebody, but in turn, it does less damage if you do so. I feel that's a fair compromise. That's just me. When holding the special button, Bounceman will still extend his arm out, but this time he will grab onto any surface or fighter he reaches and pull himself towards them. When used on a fighter, Bounceman will launch the fighter away with a good knockback, but at the cost of Bounceman losing the momentum he built up while pulling himself in. When used on a surface, Bounceman will rebound off the surface and ricochet himself, making for a good mobility tool that doesn't have a hitbox as payoff, leaving him vulnerable to any enemy attacks. Anyone in his path while he's pulling himself towards an opponent or surface will get knocked out of the way. If it has that level of utility, I think it needs to be less damage. Like, let me just check something really quick. What is the base damage of Megawatt charged? Uh, 21. 19 to 21, that's a lot. I feel like this would need to be cut down to roughly, like, maybe 13, 14. Yeah, I think that this needs to be cut down to like 13 or 14%. If only because of the fact that you get extra mobility out of it. Super Spring. Bounceman's up special has him retract his limbs as he radiates blue energy emanating from the speed gear. Anyway, Bounceman will launch himself in one of 8 directions, dealing great knockback to anyone he runs into. This is essentially a more powerful version of the Firefox, which doesn't leave him into freefall. However, he keeps a lot of momentum, which can lead him to overextending. Much like other specials, Bounce Command can ricochet off of any solid surface he runs into. This has certainly been a recurring theme across the specials. You may be wondering if there is a further purpose to these moves. I believe it's time for me to explain. On to the next slide. Before I do, I'm just wondering, can this cancel on ledge? Or what happens if you don't hit the ledge? Because I'm imagining, more often than not, unless you manage to hit the ledge directly, you're basically going to be bouncing off the stage and flying back into the offstage area. And you're not left in the vulnerable state, but I feel like that can still be easily punished. So can this snap to ledges? That's my main question with this. And I don't know if EC is here right now, but I'm pretty sure he'll see this eventually. If it can't snap to ledges, then I think it's perfectly fine, but if it can, I think that should be the downside of it. If it does a lot of damage on hit, then maybe just making it so it doesn't snap to ledges, just so if it's used poorly, it can be easily punished, is probably the best way to go. Sorry, my voice is going. Boyorn Bumper. This is probably the most important move in Bounceman's kit. The way it works is that Bounceman will summon a Boyorn, an enemy from his stage that takes the appearance of a large rubber ball. Unlike their source material where they bounce towards you, here they are stationary, remaining in the exact location where you summon them from. Actually, I think I take it back. I think these guys are the most obnoxious part of Bounceman's stage. As the name of the move would suggest, they act similarly to the bumper items in Smash Bros., bouncing away fires that come into contact with them, Bounceman included. The difference between the angle at which the fires bounce off of this thing, as well as the fact that the opponent is still fully actionable when bounced off of it, unless they were knocked into it. You can place 2 of these on the stage at once, with every attempt to summon a new one despawning the oldest. Thank you. Thank you for that. That is such an important aspect. That is like one of the biggest things that could have made this move completely and utterly broken. Thank you for putting it in. There would also be boundaries in place, so you wouldn't be able to set them next to a ledge or cheap gimps, for instance. Also a very good idea. Now you may recall that I mentioned how all Bounceman's previous specials have a ricochet property to them. This is where down special truly shines, as these act as additional surfaces for Bounceman's attacks to rebound off of. Now to make it so someone can't just bounce forever between 2 surfaces, the Boyarns can take damage from those who bounce into them, including Bounceman. They can take about 50% before they explode, and Bounceman endures a brief cooldown before he can summon a new Boyarn. Let me think. Should that be lower? Part of me wants to say yes. Part of me wants to say that maybe should be like 30. Because 30 for most characters is like 2 to 3 aerials. And I think that's a lot more fair. One more thing to mention with this attack is that both forward smash and out smash are affected if they come into contact with a Boyarn as well. Rebounding off of one makes Bounceman rocket in the opposite direction, dealing just as much damage and knockback as the initial attack. Allow me to demonstrate a few sketches for potential setups that could be made with this tool. Down smash, they rebound off the Boyarn up into the air for an up air. Very nice. Tap side special, bounce off the arm that way. You know, I'm not at the end yet, but I feel like I need to say this. I feel this character has the potential to be extremely fun. To be an extremely fun Rivals character. Like, I could legitimately see somebody, like, putting this in Rivals. I am a huge fan of characters that know they're in a platform fighting game and use that screen space to their advantage. And when it comes to characters, if you compare the characters of Rivals to the characters of Smash Brothers, while some characters in Smash definitely know they're in a platform fighter and make the use of that area very well, the Rivals characters have them cleanly beat in that regard. Like easily, they're way better at making use of screen space than Smash characters are. So when I see people like making movesets like this with aspects that let them play around with screen space, and the fact that, again, they are not locked to 5 directions and they are not mainly walking back and forwards. They are allowed to jump and move in 8 different directions at any given time. Stuff like this makes me very excited. And I gotta say, I love this mechanic, because it's technically the character mechanic for this character. I think this is great. I love this a lot. While I know that Bounceman is technically like a very, very, very low grade Capcom character that people probably will never see in a fighting game, I think that him being in something like Rivals as a workshop character would be more than fine. I think that this is probably one of the most fun mechanics I've seen from a character since starting this series. I know it's been a whole 2 episodes, but I genuinely do really like this. Forward smash, rebound, and hits on the other side. I think it would look a lot funnier if, again, if he let go during the forward smash. It would also, you know, make a lot more sense for him to, you know, hit them with his head since he's flying backwards. Not entirely sure how he turns around during this. It would make more sense that this is still the part that he hits them with, but regardless, it is legitimately this is legitimately a fantastic mechanic. For Bounceman's final smash, a big colorful cannon appears in the background as he hops into it. From there, the cannon shoots out both a massive array of bouncy balls that swarm the stage, essentially forming a massive storm of bumpers that bounce fires all over the place, as well as Bounceman himself, who's bouncing all across the screen, dealing big damage and knockback to anyone he comes across. While this is happening, a reticle will appear on the screen that the player can move, which culminates in the cannon launching one final giant rubber ball where the reticle was last pointed that bursts in a colorful fireworks display, dealing massive damage and knockback to any poor suckers caught in the blast. On a side note, the cannon would bear a resemblance to the Canopeller 2, an enemy exclusive to Bounceman stage. Fun. Creative. Pretty much everything he already does in his moveset, but like, you know, jacked up by like 100, which makes sense because it's a final smash. And you have extras. I was about to say, does it only have like 4 ults? Yeah, I love this. This is legitimately great. Like, unironically, this is really good. There's not much that I really think needs to change. I think maybe a couple of animations could be slightly different. Like, I think maybe you could give him something new for down tilts, or new for dash attacks while combining these 2 moves. I think instead of launching himself back to where he sprang from, maybe just letting himself fly forward for his forward smash should be more than fine. And then, like, you know, he gets like surprised when he gets bounced backwards and he hits his opponent with this side. So basically, his entire body would be the hitbox, so that regardless of which direction he's flung, it's always active. I think this attack could be made just the exact same, except just, you know, it spins on a different axis. Add more oomph into this one, just like, you know, he spins his full body around and puts his whole, like, everything he has into this, like, big back, like downward punch attack. And maybe just like, instead of like rolling on somebody, he just like does a butt slam for a down throw. A lot of the stuff that I would change is pretty inconsequential because the main aspect of the moveset is this mechanic, and this mechanic is legitimately great. There's not much I would change about this mechanic whatsoever. I like when people add to taunt or idle sections on their concepts just to showcase the personality of the characters. I agree, but this is like this. A lot of this stuff is inconsequential, which is why I tend not to review it, mainly because while it can do a lot to add to a character's personality, I'm not here to judge the character's personality, I'm here to judge the moveset. But yeah, I genuinely think that this is great. I think the character's got a solid amount of utility. I think his weaknesses make sense. There's clear, while he is very versatile, there's clear counterplay to his moves. Yeah, I think that this is great. There's not much I can think of that needs to change other than just like animation touch-ups and like some things being slightly different. But yeah, I think that's it. I think that's all I've got for today. Is I can remove Bounceman from this. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it there for my throat's sake. Covered about what? I think it was like 4 movesets today. I think. I honestly wasn't keeping track. But the point is that, yes, today is a little shorter than usual. And I'll see you again for part 2 of this episode in 15 days. So, by the way, again, if your thing did not get... If I did not look at your thing today, your moveset today, do not resubmit it yet. Because this episode's not over. The stuff in Clear for Battle episode 3 is for June, not May. So do not submit it under episode 3 unless you're looking to wait a month. That's all I gotta say. I'm not... Once the next episode is... The next part of this episode is done, then you can submit for episode 3. But yeah, for the time being, my throat is tired. Apparently, according to my roommate, it's time to eat because I think I made pizza. I can smell it. And yeah, I'll see you on the 26th, and I'm probably going to spend the rest of the day editing and getting the video done for tomorrow. Again, prepare yourself. It's an hour long, and yes, it's on a character from The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Because for those that don't know, tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. God, am I so glad I didn't go a full 5 hours today. My throat would have been dead by the time it was 6 o'clock. Okay, bye.